El Patronat Municipal de l'Habitatge es va fundar l'any 1927 i l'any 2017 es va transformar en l'Institut Municipal de l'Habitatge i Rehabilitació, l'IMAP. I no només ha estat un canvi de nom, també ha estat un canvi en l'equip i en les maneres de fer. Darrere la gestió de l'IMAP, ara hi ha persones com tu. Que quin és el seu objectiu? Doncs portar a terme polítiques per defensar l'habitatge digne com a dret fonamental, incrementar el parc públic d'habitatge, tot recuperant pisos buits en propietat i promovent la construcció de noves promocions de lloguer públic, i millorar el parc residencial que ja existeix amb rehabilitació i mesures d'eficiència energètica.
Bon dia.
Okay, so good morning. Hello, everyone.
This year's Fhar, el Fòrum d'Habitatge i Rehabilitació de Barcelona.
The Housing and Rehabilitation Forum of Barcelona 2022. Thanks for being with us one more day. Today we will continue from where we left it yesterday in housing policies, and we will go into rehabilitation and sustainability. We'll start off with a panel to share reflections around these issues, and we will also link them to the European Next Generation Recovery Funds to look at what is being done here and also in other parts of the world. Housing is a global challenge, and learning from other cities, opening up our perspective and sharing and comparing experiences is essential if we want to achieve real and effective change and to respond to the urgent needs of the present times. So we will start off with this first panel of the second day of Fhar 2022, which has as a title, Rehabilitating with Social and Environmental Criteria. I will be moderating this session, and I will have very interesting panelists. I'll introduce you one by one, and you can come up on stage so that we know who is who, and you can take a seat. First, we have Anaïs Bass. She is an architect with a postgraduate in informal cities and social architecture. She is a member of the Cyclica Cooperative, which I'm sure you know, where she coordinates projects on energy transition in the field of town planning and rehabilitation, with a special focus on energy culture and citizen participation. So Anaïs, if you want to come up on stage. Then we have Albert Sagrera, who is the chair of BATEC. He is the environmental advising architecture of Societat Orgànica, which is a pioneering organization, and it's something we want to value today. And he is coordinating the Green Office of COAG, the Bar of Architects of Catalonia. Then we have Celia Galera, who is a founding member and the director of the group Habitat Futura, an organization that carries out strategic projects based on the premises of sustainable development for social and economic change. She is also the founding member and developer of Illa Eficient Cooperative and creator of the Innova Think to Reason, and she will be telling us how these projects have a social engagement and an impact on how we can move closer to citizens, as you were telling us before. And last we have Isabella Longo, and she told me not to say this out loud, but she is an engineer. And I think it's great that we have a diversity and hear different opinions, because we need all disciplines and all areas to participate in finding a solution to the right to decent housing and to minimize the environmental footprint of architecture. So it's important to have Isabella with us. She is an engineer, has a master's degree in town planning and policies for the environment. She directs projects and Bit Habitat and from the Urban Innovation Center from the City Council of Barcelona. So now we have our panelists up on stage. Let's give them a round. How are you doing? Are you okay? Good morning. So now we will be able to hear your presentations and we'll hear about your projects and your experiences. And after that, I'd like to recall that we would like to allow everyone to participate in all sessions. If you want to ask any questions, you can go into your browser and type www.menti.com, and then with this password you will be able to enter the platform, write your questions, and then we'll screen them so that we can have a debate. Yesterday it was really interesting. I mean, there were many questions from our audience, and we'd love it if today was the same. And before we kick off with the presentations and the questions from the audience and the debate, I'd like to give you some background. It's important to be aware that the construction sector represents 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. In Spain alone, 45 million tons of waste from demolitions are generated every year. It's as if we said that without knowing, each of us generate 1 million tons of waste coming from construction every year. It's crazy. We also know that buildings use 50% of energy, materials, and 33% of water. So, bearing these figures in mind, if we look at the environmental footprint of architecture and construction, well then I'm sure we will all agree that refurbishing must be a pillar today and in the future of architecture, especially in Western consolidated cities like ours. The most sustainable thing is to give a new life to existing buildings. So refurbishing and maintaining buildings in our cities, making them healthier, more comfortable and more sustainable, and improving their energy performance and reducing their environmental footprint is important. And we will also be talking about the social side, the social value behind refurbishing, because the buildings that are in greatest need of refurbishment are those that are lived in by people who directly experience social inequality. So there's a clear social aspect, and refurbishing also allows to bring cohesion into our cities, to preserve our heritage and our identity as a society, and to grow ties between citizens who feel identified with architecture and with the city around them. Then there's also an economic component. Usually, refurbishing is cheaper than building from scratch, and if we look at the energy side, we should reduce energy consumption costs. Having an A energy certification can reduce consumption up to 90%, and therefore also the costs compared to class G building. And this is all very important, but we also know that 99.9% of buildings in Catalonia, and these were the figures that I came up with from some information that was passed on to me by the regional government, 99.9% of buildings in Catalonia and 95% of buildings built since 1980 are failure from the energy perspective. So we have a lot of work to do, especially more so if we bear in mind the goals set for 2030. So in the light of the climate crisis and the challenge of having access to decent housing for all, refurbishing is and must be a priority. But how can we do this? How can we have a good energy efficient, or how can we bring in environmental and social criteria into refurbishment? And that is precisely what our panelists will be telling us of. And without further ado, I'll give them the floor so they can share their presentations and experiences. Let's start off with Anaïs, for instance. The floor is yours, Anaïs. Thanks, Nuria. Okay, thanks, Nuria, for that introduction. I'd like to thank the organizers for having invited us. My presentation, I guess it's almost ready. There we go. Is this your presentation? Yes? Great, okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I will talk about the Building Passport. It's a new European tool, which I'm sure you've heard of, with a focus on accompanying and supporting communities. I was told I had 10 minutes, so I'll give you a brief introduction to these new European instruments, the digital book and the passport of the building, and how we are merging with the social support and the digital support. So I will share a platform for the digital support which we developing. We just have a prototype, and when it comes to in-person support, I will be sharing with you a case study from l'Hospitalet de Llobregat. So the new European instruments, the building passport and the digital booklet, are instruments that come from the European Directive of Energy Efficiency. For 2023, there must be a first European framework, and then in 2024, all states must have their plan for the building passport and the digital book. And from Cyclica, together with GMC, we've been working precisely to look at how we can translate this directive into Spanish national legislation, with the energy certifications, which at the end of the day are a tool that haven't been as relevant as they should have been. So we came up with a proposal to define the digital book and the passport. The building's digital book is a digital tool that acts as a common registry for all of the relevant data during the building's life cycle, and it must serve as a tool of communication between all of the stakeholders involved in rehabilitation works. And the refurbishment passport is a tool to support the communities so as to achieve the goals of decarbonization by 2050. So with this comprehensive view of placing the communities at the center, where people are the protagonists in their buildings, as Nuria said, buildings that are in greater need of refurbishment are the ones lived in by more vulnerable collectives, and these communities, these people, need to be able to communicate their needs so that we can find answers to their needs. So with this comprehensive view to consider, give equal consideration to the building and the people living in it, to promote cohesion, and in Europe it includes a building rehabilitation and a digital book of building, and we thought that here in Spain it would be necessary to include a plan to accompany or to support the community of neighbours living in these buildings. Then I'll explain why it's important to support the communities, although I guess we will all agree that communities must come together and agree, and for this to happen, communities need to be well informed and there must be a community cohesion, and that is why for the time being we have come up with a prototype for a digital platform, both for the communities and the actors involved in refurbishment and the administrations. It's being developed at the moment. We have a first module for communities. This platform is made up of a database on the building, and it aims at coming up with a social diagnostic of the community and a physical diagnosis of the building. There's a refurbishment plan, the financial plan, and the support plan. So let me introduce the landing of this prototype. So far we have worked with 2 municipalities, El Prat de Llobregat and Mataró, and when a community goes into the map and clicks on their building, they can see their building from the registry's office, and they can click on planning, financing and support. We recommend that they start with the planning. This project was possible thanks to the Catalan regional government for social development, and we carried out this together with other companies like IREC, Díaz de Agost, Marcove. If we go into the planning module, What we see there is a refurbishing plan that is recommended, which could be basic or comprehensive or stage by stage, or you can also customize it. Here you see all of the different actions, and you see the energy outcomes of the current status of your building and what it would look like once it's refurbished, besides the environmental benefits and the costs of the intervention. So then if we go to the finance plan, we have the costs of the interventions, the subsidized costs. We've done this bearing in mind the current next generation funds. This obviously will have to be updated, and the types of loans with the attached interest rates and the amortization period. And for the support plan, what we are doing is to come up with a series of questions on the community in different areas: information, awareness, community organization, community management. And based on this diagnosis, we have grouped communities based on whether they're easy or difficult, following the different parameters that I won't go into details now, but if you want to, we can talk about this later. And so we come up with two support plans, one which is comprehensive and one which is basic. This is an in-person support plan where people have to go to the refurbishing actor and say, I need these actions, so I need to go and agree with my community to be able to take this refurbishment plan ahead. Why is this in-person support important? Well, we have worked in several municipalities. In past months, we've been working in l'Hospitalet de Llobregat, and we saw it was important to offer this in-person support because more than 70% of housing in Spain is a building where several families are living in, and that's why it's important for the community to be involved. We've identified social barriers, challenges like a lack of culture of investing in buildings. We have a high culture of investing in cars, but not in buildings. Also, the paperwork is complex, the information is fragmented, the difficulty in reaching agreements. There's a low community cohesion. We have a low energy efficiency, and that environmental awareness is still weak. And that is why we came up with this support plan, digitally and in person, as a tool for social management and for the communities to learn lessons and participate. We always say that buildings aren't the ones that use the energy, it's the people living in these buildings. We are the ones turning on our lights or our heating, and therefore having an energy culture is essential. So how can we do this? Well, we do it working directly with the communities, with workshops, we write customized reports, and we attend their community meetings. And the idea behind this is to design a house in a living space and not as an obligation to refurbish. And the context we had in L'Hospitalet are the Ciutat Comtal apartment blocks. It was the City Council of L'Hospitalet de Llobregat who came to us. It was also the City Council who funded the refurbishment. There was a neighbours movement that was asking for refurbishments because there were many structural issues with this apartment blocks. So in the first stage, we offered a training. First, we communicated in the neighborhood to consolidate a group of at least 15 people coming from different communities. They were the energy focal points for their communities, and they then had the knowledge which they had to pass on to their communities. We designed the process together with them to be able to meet their needs. Initially, our initial idea was that with these types of support programs, we usually work on energy culture, but in the end, we talk about community management and energy refurbishment. But here, in this case, we saw there was a need to talk about community management and how to access European funds for the refurbishment. We didn't know quite where to start, we didn't know where to go or how to start off the refurbishment. And at the same time, it was extremely enriching because we were able to share this collective knowledge. We provided training and energy culture to improve the use of the building and refurbishment. And one specific goal, that is, the problem is that to get the communities to commit to refurbishing the building, this allows you to work with the communities in order to achieve a greater cohesion. At the second stage, we drafted specific reports for each of the buildings, and then we visited each of the communities to present these reports, which looked at different possible interventions and all of the available subsidies that gave them information on their building. And these energy focal points were the ones who explained what they had learned during the course of the program. And I'll conclude by saying that as lessons learned from this experience, the Next Generation funds are a wonderful opportunity, but there's a lack of social support, and that poses a risk when it comes to consolidating the refurbishment plan. Therefore, it's essential to come up with a diagnosis of the communities. We must know that the role of architects is also a facilitating role, even if we have our limitations, because we haven't been trained in social aspects. So we need to know when we have to call on others for support. The in-person support is essential, but also digital tools can be very useful, and that the neighbourhood offices play a key role because they are a physical place where people can go to find information. And to conclude, I'll say that the energy refurbishing plan has to change the way we relate to energy in order to achieve a social transformation. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies, Anaïs. Molt interessant això de...
Thank you, Anaïs. What you were mentioning about the book and the passport in order to understand buildings as a bag of materials for the future was very interesting. Also, so that this information will reach the communities. We'll go straight to Albert now. Good morning. I want to thank you for inviting us to this conference. In conferences like this one, or like the conference like the Architects Congress from last week, are a must because we find ourselves at a crossroads. I have a certain age. We probably find ourselves in the most important moment in history in the last 50 years, because in very soon, in 2030, Barcelona wants to be carbon-free, and this is only 7 years away, and very important goals must be achieved. Like never before, the building sector has pursued. Therefore, we must discuss, we must motivate each other in order to do a lot in very little time. This is why Batec, which I'm representing today, was born from this challenge in our everyday work. We understood what was happening to us, these environmental premises that we've been trying to work for in the last 20 years are very difficult to achieve for different reasons that I'm going to expose today, but the legal regulations don't make it easy. Administration is not easy. This is why Batec was born, trying to find out which could be the ways in which we could make important steps forward in this regard. Batec is focusing on energetic transition from a social perspective, and also it involves sustainability. The cooperatives that make up BATEC means that each of them are experts in different fields, but overall, we want to come up with strategic plans for a change of paradigm. The main challenges that Europe is posing of decarbonization involve a change of model. We cannot keep on working like we have been working until now. This linear consumption, waste producing model needs to be changed. We need to find strategic projects that will explain how to do this. For the moment, we've opened some work lines which will be broadened. One field that we'll be discussing today are the resource communities. We could even call them the life communities, not only energetic communities, but also resource and life communities. We need to transform communities, public, private actors, institutions that are grouping certain services within the world of architecture, trying to do something important, which is innovation laboratories. There must be a place where things can be tested because the reality is not yet accepting these things. We need to find a space for them to be tested. And we all need to lobby. We need to organize ourselves in order to put pressure for things to happen. And finally, we need to work as a network. In BATEC, we try to be cohesive and cooperative among the different sectors. One of these examples is the energetic community of La Bordeta in the Sants neighborhood in Barcelona, in the Sants district. Anais was saying whoever generates environmental impact are people, not buildings. And moreover, we believe that what must be rehabilitated are people and not buildings. Buildings must also be rehabilitated, but mainly it is the people. And this is something that Anais said, and we are also defending this view in BATEC, not only from a social perspective, but we must involve resources and efforts in order to rehabilitate people so that buildings can be rehabilitated as well. We have a certain knowledge about innovation and technology. I think our main challenge is the social part, the social side. The energetic community, for me, as Anais already explained, is presenting the concept of sharing, which sounds kind of innovative because we are used to live in an individualistic way. But we must start to share things. We must start sharing. It will probably start with photovoltaic power. Photovoltaic power and solar energy would be probably the last strategy we need to apply. First of all, we need to think about what our needs are. We need to see what our needs are first. After that, we need to reduce the bioclimatic demand with greater ventilation, with more galleries, with better isolations. After that, we need efficient equipments with the energy, which will be a smaller amount of energy that we will need then. We will cover that with solar energy. If we start with solar energy, that would be starting off from the economic side. Because with little money, we are getting a good economic return. This is how it should be. Therefore, this would be an inverted pyramid, and we must keep on insisting in consuming less in general with the help of renewables. There's another important factor, which is management, which has to do with explaining to people that if they are managing their buildings better without spending €1, they can reduce the consumption of energy. And then efficiency comes in. Finally, unfortunately, we have bioclimatism, because this is where you have to do a starting investment that will be important. a big amount of money. But if you think about what is going to happen to your building in the next 30 years, you will understand where you are within these two pyramids, which weight you are giving to the economic part and which weight you are giving or which importance you're giving to the environmental part. When it comes to La Bordeta energetic community, regarding that community, this is a success model from the start. And we have been tricking, so to call it, because we have already started. We have started with a project with communities that were already willing to live together and who already knew each other. They already knew each other, so we want to extend the project to other people, and a cooperative has been created. This is the legal form it has adopted, to which other activities will be added. The community is at the center, but there are many things happening around it. We're working with Som Energia to figure out what the cooperative mobility will be, how it will be done. We'll have an electric car. Obviously, we have the financing as well. The fact that we will be cooperating will make it easier to go and find some financing. Next generation on COP57 will be financing cooperators of ours and many other elements. The buildings that are part of this project are La Diversa, a housing cooperative on Constitución Street, which would be representing an old building from the beginning of the last century in the Sands district, and then La Borda building would be representing a modern building with efficiency criteria. This is also important, seeing how this La Borda building can be improved, in which ways. And then Social Economat, which is a food cooperative in the Sands district, in the tertiary building, La Lleialtat Sancenca, representing public facilities. They are working with the help of BATEC, with our help, and together with other buildings in the neighborhood and with specific building neighbors who are already very interested in the projects. This is all. We can keep on discussing the model in the debate, questions and answers. But if you live within a square kilometer of La Bordeta, you can join us and you can become members of our cooperative. Thank you very much.
Gràcies, Albert.
Thank you, Albert. It's too bad that we don't live within a square meter of La Bordeta. Hopefully, these models will reach more and more people, these kind of models. Thank you for inviting me in the City Council of Barcelona. Representing the City Council of Barcelona. I'm just coming out of the flu. I hope my voice will not fail me. I didn't really have time to test the presentation, so before pressing play, I wanted to do a small introduction. The Efficient block of houses, the Illa Eficient, is a project that was launched 6-7 years ago, which wants to join energetic rehabilitation of housing buildings with the generation of solar energy for self-consumption, as well as a creation of a cooperative with people who want to become involved in the project. It's 8 buildings with 180 flats. The first was finished last month. 12 houses with a 40% of primary energy reduction and saving. We are around 17% now, because this is a protected building in the Eixample district, in this very center of Barcelona. We can work on the covers and roofs. The aerothermia has brought good results. And in February, 30% of primary energy savings will be achieved. With the treatment of facades, of party walls, of roofs, and now we are working on 3 projects, which we are working on at the same time. 12 neighbors in one of the projects, the other one involves 14 neighbors, and the third one involves 16 neighbors. One of the challenges here has been to make 2 communities agree with each other about a party wall, a dividing wall, and about solar energy and solar panels that will be shared by both buildings. One of these communities has rights to flight, and the other one will be authorizing this other neighboring building to place the solar panels, to share them. So the social dimension to this project has a big potential. So there were many reasons for saying yes to energetic rehabilitation. It wasn't just a matter of saving money or convincing people who are already convinced. For us, the challenge was to convince the people who are not convinced already. And in these communities, we have snipers, Sometimes there are just 1 or 2 who want to destroy everything or block everything. Most people might be in favor of the project. Some are neutral, but then there might be 1 or 2 who will go and block it all. So we have to count with that. We have things that are really working well. Property protection sometimes is a challenge. And this is an important point. How to find the balance between energetic efficiency, because the climate change is a reality. We've had a very hot autumn. We can see this with our own eyes. And then the balance of between that and preserving our own identity is something that we need to work on. But we need to still convince a lot of people who are not yet convinced. And it's not just an issue of money. So going back to my first point, 2 barriers were identified. One barrier was subjective in terms of emotional link with and connection with what was being done, and the other one was an administrative barrier. Architecture, engineering, legal, taxing, financial. A lot of different kinds of professional experts need to work together for this. I would like to share a fun video with you now, but it's about connecting with people, and it's just about explaining things to people and organizing workshops. Maybe some things might be basic for us, but sometimes we need to touch people's heart and tell them about the more basic things that we ourselves take for granted sometimes.
El tiren des d'allà mateix, no has de
Vale?
tocar
Sí,
res.
por fi. Tenia so. Li dono cap enrere?
Crec que el so era important, no? Precisament em deia, Cèlia.
Sí. Però bueno.
Sound team from solar energy, isolation workshop, solar energy workshop, reality, virtual reality glasses, sustainable models, sustainable modeling, presentation of the different models, it seems to be over. Well, this was just to explain that these advantages can be transmitted to people through emotional connection with people. Well, that can be workshop where we were explaining how insulation works. It wasn't just acoustic insulation, but also technical insulation. How to make a garden roof. And maybe you can also ask the children to get involved and participate in a workshop. There was a fun workshop connecting music, loudspeakers, with Catalan gastronomy, bringing people closer to these solutions, but also with a little bit of bread and tomato and oil, with some Catalan food. In this way, we were transforming what might seem as an obligation into something that, for me, is a passion, sustainability. So communicating this to people so that they will say yes, but also want to willingly pay for it, then that's the challenge. We've carried out these workshops at the Polytechnic University of Barcelona, which is helping us with the validation of the goals, with the energetic efficiency measures, approval. These workshops have helped us accompany and meet these neighbors in order to explain something which is quite complex. The rehabilitation of a building, which involves a big process. The digital book of building has incorporated a green tag posing the question, why don't you make your building sustainable? You might have financing for it, but the first motivation is always a need, the IT, but they need the emotional will to do it. The green certificate will be their first motivation. This will give you not only well-being, but also money to reach the energetic community. As my colleagues were saying, it's not just a matter of the advantages given by energy saving by solar energy, but it is about creating a consumers' cooperative with legal, taxing, and other advantages. There are objective limitations which have to do with rehabilitation. Sometimes there is only one subsidy. Sometimes you need a bidding with 3 or 4 buildings, and scalable criteria and scale economies can be applied there. You can also reach agreements with the workers, within the industrialists, when you're working on different projects, a bigger project, asking them to work at good prices, affordable prices, because we're talking big volumes. Also taxing issues. With the next generation funds, the taxing overcharge is reduced. People receiving subsidies sometimes might be ended up losing maintenance quotas. When it comes to financing, there are special financing programs we have a very special credit for it, and when something is subsidized, the cooperative has a credit line that has been granted by the IDAE because they are an energetic community. Concerning legal issues, reaching agreements with architects, the installers, the construction company. This has to be done alongside with the neighbors, in agreement with the neighbors. This is more of a management issue and finance economic solutions. All the participants need to study every solution alongside with the professionals and experts of each sector. I have other things to say, but I think I've reached my deadline, my time limit. This was all to say that the Next Generation funds are giving us a great opportunity, but as Anais was saying, they're not just about having money, but trying to reach people and having conversations with people. Thank you very much.
Isabela, quan vulguis.
Isabella, it's your turn. Thank you very much for listening to me today and for inviting me. Before telling you a little bit about what we're doing in detail, this is an important framework that we're working on in this forum. Habitat are in the center of Barcelona. Sometimes they call us the R&D of the Barcelona City Council. We're trying to find different ways of managing the city to make it more livable and more sustainable. Innovation is done through internal evaluation, and we want to work in a cross-cutting way with all the sectors of the cities. We want to accelerate innovation processes using the cities as a natural place for experimentation and research. And Barcelona is quite receptive when it comes to implementing this type of processes. We are starting different methodologies. Public procurement and subsidies, methodology, infrastructure, and training. I would like to focus on two today. Public subsidies with innovation and urban challenges. And we will also reach results which are aligned with what we have been discussing this morning. First of all, public subsidies to innovation. 3 years ago, we launched this project. And this subsidy line, Barcelona Proactive, to promote creativity when it came to coming up with new solutions to improve life quality in the cities. How to be the receivers of the militants from Batec, from Societat Orgànica, how to help finance. Economically, but also technically, help technically those initiatives that are generating positive impacts in the city and strengthening this economy of social and economic impact, which are linked to the challenges that we all have. What we are seeing is that with this subsidies line, it has been well received by the architect and urban planner community, because there are positive impacts on the cities, and these projects would never happen or see the light without these subsidies. There is a digital platform that has been promoted by collectively led by Incosol. Another one is a project presented to the Advanced Institute of Architecture in order to work on dividing walls made up by fruits and veggies. Another one has to do with a Raval district a project together with the neighbors so that neighbors will be empowered with high construction solutions for the community spaces in the buildings. How to empower the communities. As you were saying before, the most important and the most difficult thing is to empower people to change the way people think. There are tools for it. If we cannot reach them from the public administration, we can at least give tools for things to happen. But this will only happen if we change our perspective. We start to do it more bottom up, like we do in Merge, generating the impacts that we are seeking from the administration. The last example is wiki housing. I think it's a very interesting concept. It has been promoted by Travel Tres as well as other people from the architecture ecosystem, which thinks about the ecosystem of new housing formats, together with a young collective between 18 and 35, for which the conventional housing market is not giving an answer. So we're trying to identify new demands in the use of housing together with them. Innovating also means starting a dialogue with the user, which would be this kind of collective. From the public administration, we don't do this often. But this project allowed us to turn around the design of the tools. This is a subsidy that we're launching every year. It's quite a lot of money, actually. But we have another one, another tool, Aturba. And it's an urban challenge. What we do from Habitat has to do with what you might have received in the form of spam emails. It is to understand what the state of innovation is, where we need to give an answer, and identifying the tool, testing a solution in a pilot test, and validating its functionality in order to see a potential future scalability. Sometimes with the tools that we have, we cannot reach the goals that we have set ourselves, especially in Barcelona, where we have set ourselves the goal of being carbon neutral in 2030. How to come up with new ways of making this new city? We do it through dialogue and discussion. How does a challenge work? We can start with an open dialogue involving different sectors. When it comes to architecture, we have also people coming from environmental and social and economy and engineering sectors to help us understand what the format should be like. And this is what the subsidy is also including their winners to the bid. There's a prototype test, and if it works, then it can be scaled. I'll give you an example, although the most recent one is the Panot example. We're now implementing the Green Axis City model, the Super Illa, the super block. The Panot has been focusing on 9 materials that are generating less emissions. They are more permeable and more sustainable, less polluting, and more consistent with the model of city that we are seeking. We've started an open dialogue with building, with the construction professionals, with the universities, with the research centers, and together we are testing a solution at the university, and hopefully we'll be advancing towards new construction material. In the administration, we want to force the ecosystem for these things to happen, or promote these things to happen. We're kind of forcing dialogue and forcing innovation among the different agents. And this is a different challenge that has just been presented by us. Lacat Ol Basal in Barcelona. How to generate ephemeris structures, light, modulable ephemeris structures in Barcelona that will make an energy efficiency and life better. We're thinking about a stock of housing built in the 50s and 60s, which have some construction problems and which need some solutions. There were high volumes of immigration in Barcelona of those years, and this is why buildings were built very quickly at the time. So how to be ambitious and to find a solution that will give an answer to this need, which has arrived to us in the Municipal Institute of Urban Planning. We launched a challenge thinking about a solution, starting from a block of housing to be regenerated that can be applied on the basis of modular kits, 2D or 3D, planning a volumetric growth, adapting ourselves to the new norms, allowing the change of volume, as long as this will improve the energetic efficiency of the building. And this will involve a climatization kit and the extension of living space in the apartments, a kit for digital covered and solar kit, and also with a combination of these kits that will allow the building to improve its living conditions as well as its energetic efficiency. So we are asking for solutions which will improve the well-being and the health of the people living in it. They will improve resilience and many other advantages and benefits. We have received different projects. 3 of them have been shortlisted, and now the prototype of this solution will be started in March and April to see if really they are energetically efficient. If this is working, if this works, it will then be scaled. I'm sure Albert could help us take a look at this. One project is Regenerar Barcelona, presented by Cornatula and the Technical University of Barcelona, and another one is in a fab with Pic Aguilera, by Pic Aguilera Architects. Only 2 of these projects are giving an answer to what we're asking for. There are new ways of giving an answer to the new built city. I would like to chat to Nuria about this. These figures that she was offering when she was telling us about the social and environmental repercussions of the construction sector. Yesterday, I was hearing about the weapons, the increase of 10% of energy prices, an increase of these prices would mean 0.6 increase of deaths. So this is involving actual loss of life in Europe. So it is necessary to reflect about this. These challenges need to be tackled. The challenge of build cities from different disciplines and perspectives in order to make not only a more livable city possible, but also more sustainable. This is all. Thank you very much.
It's very important that we look for innovation when looking at solutions that are on the market. And it's also interesting to hear all of these proposals, which are closely linked to the project we visited yesterday afternoon, or we heard about yesterday afternoon, where they were showing us the building block in Bordeaux, where they install these winter gardens or terraces, which may be related to this project. And now, if you like, we have the code on screen. I encourage you to ask your questions. We have a little less than 30 minutes, so I'll give you some time. I'll ask some initial questions, and then that gives you time to pose your questions using menti.com, typing the code you see on screen. Well, we've discussed many things. I think we could go on talking about these topics for a long time. But to kick off the debate and to prepare the conclusions, to make them available and synthetic, very often people ask us, okay, so it's difficult to refurbish a building in terms of energy when you have buildings that are listed perhaps, and there are restrictions as to what you can and can't do, and with people's lives. So in a very simple and concrete way, which would be the checklist for you of measures to improve the energy efficiency and the environmental footprint of buildings in our city? I'll give you all a possibility, but we can all, if you want to add on to this checklist. Well, I explained this in my presentation. I said that one thing is the environmental footprint, and then we have to do a reality check with the social component and the financial side of this. I think the first thing that must be done is to convince people who want to refurbish a building to do so. Otherwise, it makes no sense. It's about transforming the groups of owners who barely speak to each other, to turn them into a community, people who are willing to talk to each other. And that is why it's important to dedicate resources to convince the communities. And then there's the financial side, looking at how, based on the needs of the communities, they can make it more efficient without having to make a huge investment. And then there's the technical side, which is the part that I deal with, and it's the one that worries me the least. If you have concrete studies to look at what the technical priorities, whether you use the thermal inertia or not, finding ways of having natural ventilation. So I think this technical diagnosis is something we know how to do and we're good at doing, throughout the sector. I think what's most important are the two previous steps. And to be slightly controversial here, the concept of heritage is important. We need to overcome the aesthetic side of heritage and move into the more, to see what heritage teaches us from an environmental perspective. In some areas of Catalonia, maybe not the most populous ones, but 90% of the housing stock is built with building blocks, and it's been done so for 200 or 300 years, and we can learn a lot from that heritage, and we should use these techniques to be more sustainable. But then there's when talking of heritage, sometimes we focus a lot on the aesthetic side of it, and we have to bear in mind the environmental needs and requirements of today, because it's urgent.
Part del patrimoni dels edificis amb el patrimoni cultural.
I link the heritage of the buildings with our cultural heritage, and I don't know if I'll be answering your question, but rather I'll try answering the question I see on screen. Let's read out that question. In Barcelona, almost 40% of houses are rental properties, 40%. So how can we start refurbishment processes when the owner isn't interested in refurbishing the building, but the tenant is interested? Well, you wanted to answer something in relation to the question. You wanted me to answer your question? Well, we can try answering this second question, yes. I think rehabilitating people, what Albert was saying about rehabilitating people, and I think we all agree, on the need to do this. But this question here I like especially because it's something we find very often, and when we go and work with communities, we encourage tenants to come and to our sessions. At the end of the day, it's not just about refurbishing the buildings, it's also about creating an energy culture in society and being able to share this knowledge with everyone. And well, when it comes to tenants, I think there's a lot that can be done. It is true that unfortunately tenants cannot take decisions when it comes to refurbishing a building, and they can't put the money up front for this. But finding allies in tenants. Someone mentioned earlier on, I think you were saying that you were talking of snipers and allies. So if allies are tenants, that's fine. I think they must be involved in the workshops. At the end of the day, it's, you have to work in community bit by bit, whether they are owners or tenants. And so I think this question is extremely relevant. You wanted to say something, Isabel? Yes, I wanted to link it to what you are saying, not in coming up with concrete refurbishing solutions, but when we talk of rehabilitating people, we are looking at the theory of which is a conjunctural change. Basically, I mean, one thing is preaching, empowering, educating, but a different thing is to doing something that enable a change of perspective. This is being done a lot in public policies. It's a silly example that has nothing to do with housing, but for instance, in China, they faced with a problem, and that is that people who use their bikes and cross the road when the light is red, but they've found a solution to this. So you can do things that help people change systematically. We from Ciudad Proactiva, with these subventions, we have been awarded a project on the data trust for energy and water, which makes understand the utility bills understandable to the users. And so you can become more aware on how to save, but not with communication messages, but rather by managing the understanding the resources you're using. I think this change in mindset could be interesting when it comes to changing people's behavior. Sometimes we humans are the problem. Okay, so when we talk of refurbishment, when it's not an option, either because we are tenants or because we do not have the resources to cover the cost, what can users and the people living in these buildings do to change their habits? Sometimes they're lacking knowledge, or they're lacking ways of making this information understandable to all. Would it be useful perhaps to have a user guide on architecture so that we can reconnect to the places we live in to make the most of them? Reconnecting with this popular knowledge which had been conveyed from one generation to the next and has been lost, like when you should close your shutters or open the windows, or when you need cross ventilation, if you're lucky to have cross ventilation. Well, I'll link it to what Albert was saying before, the issue of bioclimatism, which would be kind of the first step. I mean, not consuming is the best way of saving. So my grandmother, I remember, said, okay, so it's sunny, I'll close my shutters so that the sun doesn't come in and the house doesn't heat up too much. But very often there are technical solutions that allow you to not have to use the resources. There are ways, at certain moments of maybe a mechanism that allows you to close the shutters automatically. Maybe when you're at work and you can't physically go there and close the shutter, you have technologies that should be included into this kit, or insulation, innovative insulation solutions that are overcoming problems. It's true, I am in favor of having guide handbook to help its inhabitants to understand how the building works, because it will determine our energy consumption. So it's winter, okay, so let's cover up with a winter pajama to sleep. You know, we need to make people's life easy. And here I link it with the issue of tenants. I think that if we explain and convince society at large, you won't be able to rent a property unless if the tenants are demanding this, you know. It's like the energy certificate. If you have A, B or C, the flat will be more expensive or cheaper when you come to renting it or buying it. But if the tenant is, all tenants asked for these measures, then the owner would have to do it. Because if you don't make this change, and if you don't convince both tenants and owners to do this, they should do it, regardless of the price. Well, I think data tells us that in 2026, well, I don't know if it's 2026 or 2030, but all buildings will have to have a minimum standard for them to be rented or sold. Well, the certificate determines the price based on the location and the size. These the parameters, but in other countries they say yes, location, square meters, but also what is their energy certificate. Even if the certification system doesn't have bioclimatism into account, such as rooftop gardens, well, in the case of the La Bordeta energy community, we started off with people who are already aware and want to share, but at the same time, via training, or we will publish some user guides for the different buildings. Because as I said earlier on, besides solar energy is the cheapest way of reducing your energy bill by 20 or 30% just by management. And when it comes to housing, well, it'll depend on how people's behaviors are, but you can achieve 10 or 15% saving with zero cost. You just have a user guide to get people to know it, and you can raise awareness. So I think it's essential to look at how people live in their buildings. I'd like to add to that, when it comes to this 10 or 15% utility bill savings for housing, we've done a lot of work at schools, and at schools there is an obvious saving. But when we work with communities with energy cultures, we see consumption patterns are low. We usually work with people who are living in energy poverty, who do not consume much energy. So what we need to do is work on comfort measures, thermal comfort measures, and so we have a list of actions to look at what actions should be carried out without spending money or refurbishing. But in any case, I think sometimes these user guides, if they're not accompanied with workshops up front, people just don't read these user guides or they don't understand them. So I think it's very important to have living experiences. So people say, okay, bring me a picture of your apartment at 12 a.m. and at 10 a.m. and let's look at how the sunlight reaches the inside of your flat. These are the things that make people to feel the sense of belonging in their home. so that for them to know their homes directly. The more the learning experience is based on experience, the better. It's much better than just having a printed leaflet. Okay, I see we have another question from the audience for Anais and Isabella.
To provide new solutions, or just tech residents and communities and to change behaviors? What new solutions have they taught you?
Precisament, el que nosaltres intentem fer des de la vessant d'innovació és...
Well, what we tried doing is inverting this, turning this mechanism around. I don't have to say anything. I get people with skills together, with mediators, with facilitators, to meet with the people living in the place, to come up with joint decisions and I've learned a lot. You know, we have a list of ideas that was edited by the UPC with construction solutions for communal areas, staircases, rooftops, with the logic of urban resilience, thinking bottom up for this urban regeneration, as well as energy communities. There's a new project on how to formalize an energy community for solar energies, but with a mechanism that is established. And in this regard, for us, we need to open up the discussion, because the more people participate in the co-design process, the solution will be found quicker and will be better. And the end user, we're talking of people living in buildings, play a key role in this mechanism. They must learn, but they need to explain. We need to explain as well. I don't have more to add. You said it all, I think, Isabella. And we don't do the construction work. We don't come up with joint solutions. But communities know a lot about their buildings, and they know what these solutions could be. Very often they've already talked with professionals, and they know what possible solutions they have. We move in as a neutral team there just to build trust, so that they can ask us anything, knowing that we aren't there trying to sell anything to them. And I think that's what helps building this trust in themselves. Yesterday we were talking of gentrification and speculation, different rent control systems from around Europe, and how unfortunately sometimes some proposals to improve the urban environment, which are necessary in light of the climate emergency and to make cities more inhabitable for society, we were saying how unfortunately many of these interventions can be a catalyzer for gentrification, because the speculative market turns things around. And if we don't have a good use plan, gentrification very often happens inevitably. The same can happen when refurbishing buildings. It can have these unwanted collateral effects, like the costs of refurbishment usually then lead to an increase in rent prices, and has a social impact on the population living renting accommodation. Maybe we even said that maybe we should look at the energy certification and the pricing of property, whether it's for sale or for rent, but it would have negative impacts, because only those who have more money will be able to access more comfortable and energy efficient buildings. Does this mean we shouldn't refurbish buildings and improve the cities? How can we avoid these negative externalities? Or when you receive public funding, which should be the social criteria to ensure the right to housing for the people living in this? Well, to answer you and to answer this question, one thing is the price and another thing is the value. I think they're different things. Usually people, when you look at price and value, they link them together. But with an energy certification, and I'm just trying to move it into reality, and here we're discussing to find solutions. So this social, how do you include the social component into the energy certification? Maybe it was something we should look at how to regulate this, but what I've said, the price and value are the same, they say. So how is the market working? Why shouldn't we include the social aspect in the energy certification? This question is, how can you make compatible things when you receive subsidy? Okay, so let's imagine you make an effort to do a refurbishment to make your house more energy efficient. You receive a subsidy, but then you then have capital gains on the value of your property, and you have to pay more income tax. So that's why it was distinguishing value and price. It's something we should discuss, not just amongst ourselves, at other levels, at a regulatory level, when it comes to taxation and compatibilities. I'm just saying how the social aspect could be included into an objective criteria, which is energy certification as an element of value. So Bisoi said yes. The decision-making process, I'm talking in marketing terms, but also in social terms, on how can we reach. You were saying that you don't move in to sell them anything, you give them an objective piece of advice, but maybe that should help them reach and take a decision. Otherwise, you think, oh yes, it's great, but very often the communities take months before they reach a decision. And going back to your question, for me, one of the answers is, how do we balance out the inclusion of social criteria into an objective parameter? There is a way of regulating. That's my contribution. Okay, so I think this could be applied to many other aspects of sustainability, because we are part of an unsustainable society. So change must come everywhere. It either is imposed, like top down. So let's imagine there are citizen representatives who are brave and to stop speculation. This is being done, and they're trying, and very often this comes up against the legality of the concept, unfortunately, in my opinion. But you can do it by regulating the market to avoid the speculation and gentrification, or another way of doing it is for citizens and users to have a greater awareness of the value they want to give to sustainability. There are these two sides which I think have to go hand in hand. You need a minimum threshold where basic rights are guaranteed, and then on the other hand, we start reducing our environmental impact. I think that's basic. And then we also have to raise awareness amongst citizens that this change is needed. But this has to be done from all areas, and very often we look at the administration and blame the administration for not doing enough, but from the power of architects that Anais and I represent, they have to push for architects to learn more about environmental aspects and to help convince the people we're working for on the need to do this. It has to be a joint effort, and innovation is really important. It is indeed a difficult and complex challenge. We have to take it step by step, but there is a sense of urgency. Okay, so at the end of the day, one of the things that's clear is that one of the fundamental pillars is to raise awareness among professionals working in the sector and in population at large. We'd love to continue talking about this, because there are many things that we haven't solved, and there are, I'm sure, many questions, but I think it's time to wrap up this session. So Well, I think what's clear to us is that there is a social and environmental aspect to rehabilitation, and we hope this will be integrated into our city, especially in the field of architecture. Faculties of architecture, the Board of Architects, and we should give us the tools and knowledge to develop this task. It's different when it's talking of new buildings, but it's very useful. It's realistic. Today we're talking of being practical, being realistic. We have to, and it's urgent, of course, in the times we are living. I come from a generation of architects who came out of our studies without knowing how to refurbish a building, but we had designed these beautiful, large, multifunctional buildings that are the ones we want to build. But the reality is that since the real estate bubble and the financial crash in 2008, the sector has completely changed. I think refurbishment is a need, and let's hope more and more people are aware of this need and we can raise greater awareness so that we can move towards a type of architecture and a city that is more responsible from a social and environmental standpoint. Thank you to the four of you for being part of this panel on rehabilitation with social and environmental criteria, and thanks to our audience. We will now take a short coffee break, and we will be back at 11:30 for today's second panel, which will be on the next generation funds. Please remember that after these panels, we also have a series of visits to different projects in Barcelona. If you haven't yet registered, there is still time to do so for some of the visits. You just have to go to the meeting point at the entrance to register. So that's all on my side. Thank you very much, and see you back here in half an hour.
Segurament saps que a Barcelona ens prenem l'habitatge molt seriosament. Per nosaltres, és clau. Però no correm tant. Sabem d'on venim. Durant dècades, les administracions edificaven amb els diners de tots. I es construïa molt, sí. Però tots aquests pisos públics amb els anys passaven al lliure mercat. És a dir, que de públics, res de res. Parlant clar, el parc d'habitatge públic a Espanya pràcticament no existeix. No volem deprimir ningú, però és poc més de l'1% del total. Precisament per això, a Barcelona, estem generant més habitatge públic del que mai abans s'havia fet. I ens assegurem que allò que avui és de tothom ho continuï sent també en el futur. I això és només el principi de la ciutat que estem construint. Perquè a Barcelona, l'habitatge és clau.
Encenem els llums? Perquè se'ns vegi millor. Per a veure que estic, o no? Gràcies.
Segurament saps que a Barcelona ens prenem l'habitatge molt seriosament. Per nosaltres és clau, però no correm tant. Destinar gairebé la meitat del sou a pagar el lloguer és totalment insostenible. Com pot ser això? Doncs perquè durant els anys de la bombolla es va construir molt, i quan diem molt volem dir moltíssim. Però ningú pensava fer un parc d'habitatge públic. I aquí entrem nosaltres. Per capgirar la situació fem moltes coses. Creem una unitat antidesnonaments, comprem pisos i finques senceres per evitar que s'especuli, impulsem cooperatives d'habitatge, implementem solucions per frenar l'emergència habitacional. I sobretot, apostem pel lloguer públic a preus assequibles. De fet, impulsem més habitatge públic del lloguer que la Generalitat i la Comunitat de Madrid juntes. I això que no tenim la competència d'habitatge. Una ciutat més justa només passa per l'accés a un habitatge digne. I nosaltres volem que les barcelonines puguin quedar-se als seus barris. Aquesta és la ciutat que estem construint, perquè a Barcelona l'habitatge és clau.
Benvingudes i benvinguts de nou. Continuem.
Welcome again. We are now coming into the next generation funds with the will to understand their limits and their possibilities and to help them our challenge to the right of housing with dignity. We will do this together with who was supposed to come, Carme Trilla, president of the Metropolitan Observatory of Housing in Barcelona, but Anton Gasol will be substituting her because she wasn't able to make it in the last minute. So he will be speaking about that. We will also count with the presence of Javier Buron, housing manager of the City Council of Barcelona, El Saibar, director of the Next Generation programs from the Catalan government, David Guardia, from ABICOP, the Federation of Catalan Housing Cooperatives and Housing Sector of the Solidarity Economy Network, and Irene Escorihuela, Director of the Observatory of Social, Cultural and Environmental Rights, will be moderating the panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Bé, hola a tots i tots.
Hello to everyone. As you can see, the Next Generation Fund panel has arrived. I'm not an expert in the subject, so I'm expecting the different public administration representatives to be talking about it in a more informed way, our guests today. However, I do think that from a social perspective, from the entities defending the right to housing, it is important to talk at the Next Generation Fund, because sometimes there's technical issues that are not easy to understand, and the municipalities have often found it hard to find information in detail about what this will entail. So expectations have been created in different places. So involvements and opportunities will be discussed in this panel concerning the next generation funds and what these could bring to our society. As you know, we've been undergoing a housing crisis in the last years with evictions, rent crisis, occupation, squatting problems, and the pandemic. And we've seen here a moment for a possibility of change through rehabilitation and creation of public housing stock for rent. In the beginning, when we started speaking about next generation funds, a lot of stress was being put on rehabilitation, and it is an important point about it, but it's not the sexiest one maybe. So the funds should also contribute to a bigger housing stock, because it's one of the main challenges that we have in terms of housing. The European Council commissioner was just here, and she was mentioning the need of funding and investment for the Barcelona city to have as much of a public housing stock as the other cities in Barcelona, so that housing rights of the citizens will be fully protected. So this is a session to lift our eyes up to the next generation funds and the expectations they entail. This is a semi-institutional space where other social and private entities are participating, and this is where we made the first appeal from the Catalan government so that this housing, public housing financing could be tackled. In the plenary session, we discussed the importance of communicating. What are the funds? How can we obtain them? How can we access them? We've heard about them, but there isn't enough knowledge about it. The public administrations are therefore carrying out the dissemination work about it, to explain who can access these funds, how to do it. And this is a great opportunity. Probably one of the pending challenges regarding these funds. Now I will first give the floor, and I'll change the order in the program. We'll start with Elsa Ibar, Director of the Next Generation Funds from the Catalan government, so that she can give us the Catalan perspective of the issue. After her, we will hear Javier Buron, and after him, Anton Guzol, who is here on behalf of Carmen Trilla, and finally, David Guardia. Thank you very much. So, Elsa Ibar, you have the floor. Thank you to the City Council for giving us the opportunity to participate in this conference. As Irene was saying, communication is a big element, and in making this happen, I will give a general overview of the Next Generation Funds. After that, I will focus on the Catalan case. And after all we have spoken, we will probably see that the organization and the communication of the Next Generation Funds will be a key aspects to allow us to take this chance, to take this opportunity and really make it happen. I would like to start by saying that Next Generation funds are a great opportunity. In this case, housing opportunity. As such, administrations must do all they can to make it happen. The main challenge that we are finding is not to make the most of them. With the COVID, Europe launched a resilience plan for economic reactivation through a series of goals. I don't have time to explain them in detail, but each member state was to write a plan, and that plan for recovery, transformation and resilience was a plan where 10 axes are defined, and these 10 axes are made up by 30 components. The second of these components is precisely rehabilitation and construction. In the beginning, it didn't seem that they were going to be a part of it, but Carmen Trilla, who finally couldn't come today, was one of the people who made it possible so that some of these funds would be dedicated to social rent and public housing. This general recovery plan is made up by 140,000 million euro. In the overall, 3.5 billion overall for Spain, and 145 billion overall. 160 million of this for rehabilitation, and then those for construction would be 1 billion, of which 160 million will be used for Catalonia. Within this framework, what Europe says is, you've come up with this plan, you have these resources, and with these resources you need to attain certain objectives. And it's a bit more complex than this, but just to sum it up, the objectives are set with certain timelines, but certain mechanisms have timelines which go up to 2026, for example. But in the case of Catalonia, we're talking 350,000 housing units. And if we achieve this milestone, we'll have this much funding. Regarding the building of efficient housing for rent, in this case, the objective, and I have the figures here, 3,200 new housing units, of which in Catalonia, finally, it would be 3,200 housing units. How is this structured? With a Royal Decree written at the level of the states, defining 5 rehabilitation program and 1 construction program. This Royal Decree is what we all use at the level of Catalonia, and we have 2 consortiums, the Metropolitan Consortium of the metropolitan area of housing, and the Housing Consortium of Barcelona, and the Catalan government is also present in the second one. The Catalan government is passing some of the resources on to these consortiums. Both consortiums and housing agents have a real decree, which is our legal framework, which are the grounds for every action that we are undertaking and that we are bringing forward. It is a very complex thing to do. This is European money. If you have worked with feather funds, you know about the level of the demand in terms of justification of expenses that this entails. And the real decree is quite a tight frame. However, we all are playing along based on the same game rules of the game. There's a program that is called neighborhoods, barrios, and this program is meant to work alongside with the city council so that city councils will identify certain spaces called environments, residential environments, and once they are defined and identified, owners, communities, or public housing stocks, a series of fields of action will be defined. How are these different from Program 3? Program 3 is about buildings. Buildings, which means the rehabilitation of a whole building. One of the main goals is energetic efficiency, and I maybe skip that because we all take that for granted. But rehabilitation should meet certain energetic efficiency criteria that will entail the reduction of the percentages of subsidies. So we have some money, we have some resources, and we have some goals to be met. And in the end, the subsidies that you're offering the user should stand between certain parameters which should be compatible with the end goals in order for them to be more efficient and in order for the citizen to really benefit from these actions. The main thing is to meet the goals, and also that would mean not receiving the financing from Europe. So they will never give you the money in advance. Once goals are met, the money is awarded. The neighborhood goal has to do with the fact that these funds, and there are certain inconsistencies here, and they should be destined to vulnerable families. Therefore, we're talking about buildings in bad states, which have greater needs, and there are certain special aids or subsidies for this, with also certain limits. And I don't think I'll have time to explain it all. The minimum percentage that is asked for in terms of energy reduction is a 30%, but there are different levels. There can be 30%, 40%, 60%, even up to 80% energy reduction. If the whole rehabilitated building stock were to achieve a reduction of the 80%, we wouldn't have enough resources to cover for everything. So this is a starting decalage that is posed from the real decree. This is the program that is mainly thought so that city councils will be able to define the more vulnerable sectors. And this is what these stocks are thought for, the stocks that are in worse conditions. The other kind of program has to do with roofs, closings, facades, and then program 4 has to do with housing as well. And something that gets on my nerves is when people say change your windows and you will get next generation funds. Well, yeah, true, but not as simple as that, as it sounds. So a lot of frustration is generated when a neighbor comes up to us and says, I changed my windows. Am I going to? Well, it's not just changing the windows. There has to be documentation and there has to be certain requirements that have to be met. And there's an added complexity to this. There are two more programs, 5 and 2. Program 5 is meant to give incentives to projects that would later move on to be programs 3 or 1 programs, and the books of the building. Program 1 has to do with allowing us to design a structure in order to help all of these funds to move forward. Rehabilitation offices are being planned, which will be financed by these funds, so that a structure and network will be established in order to make it easier, or this procedure to make it more agile and easier, so that everything will be well tested. For each rehabilitated block of buildings, we'll have to justify that the reduction of energy consumption will have to be justified for, will have to be documented for. Professional associations and local associations are important agents in the networking all around the territory. They are also key pieces in this network. So the local offices are numerous. There are more than 100. Around 70%, 69 of them have become involved in the project, and we also have the two consortiums, the Barcelona consortium and the Metropolitan consortium, which are joining the project, and the professional associations like the Real Estate Administration Association and the Architect Administration and the Architects Association are involved in the project as well. Local offices are in charge of the paperwork, and they are direct mediators with the citizens, because they are the ones who know about the particularities of the territory. This is why I'm always insisting about offices on the territory for the deployment in the territory of the project. And there's another action that we have brought for, which is an agreement that has been done with the banking entities, the main 10 banks, so that the whole operation will be financed for the also the non-subsidized plan, so that the rehabilitating agent foreseen in the Royal Decree will be used. And the banking entities will be able to carry out that financing. I think I've overstepped my time, but I would just like to quickly mention Program 6. In this case, the goals and the funds have not been transferred to the consortiums. The Agency of Housing is managing all of this program. This is construction on public land, but it could also be association, a public or private association, but the land must be public. The bids are all out. In the case of Program 6, a first call has been made, just like we did with Barris. There are about 38 municipalities in Barcelona which have destined some funds to bring that program forward. And then regarding Program 6, the first resolution has come out where a list of candidates has been published. We have exceeded the resources, so we need to make a list of priorities so that those who have better punctuation can come in, and in this order, in order of the list. I suppose we'll have some more time to discuss this or debate on this and to be hopeful about it and to discuss maybe the things to be improved and the points that we can work on. Thank you very much. I think really it is a complex issue. And the challenge of spending the funds, I think you explained that well. And there will be questions later. So yes, we can go back to some of the ideas. I will now give the floor to Javier Buron, manager of housing in the City Council of Barcelona. Sure. I will leave it where Elsa. I will take it from where Elsa left it. We have different programs for different issues. My considerations will be about Barcelona mainly. Some general considerations. This is an opportunity, Elsa was saying. It's true, because the European Union decided that they want that part of the exit from this crisis should be Keynesian. Demand and offer and debt. This had never happened before. This is a double opportunity, a local opportunity, also in a context which I particularly, as public policy worker, I think is interesting. We need to see what the level of opportunity is representing. 5 billion euro coming from Europe is a lot of money, but also we need to see it in its context. There has been no social housing program having been generated from a public and private initiative. 12 billion euros is actually what we need. It's 5 billion, not 12. So yes, it's a lot of money, but I think context is important. One every 4 years, out of 4 years, is going to be used for new buildings and 4 out of 5 for rehabilitation. This is what the Spanish state has decided. Every action has advantages and disadvantages. But our colleagues from the European Union don't understand anything when they speak to us. Because basically, in the rest of the states in the European Union, rehabilitated of public housing for rent has been priorities, which means that they have rent, public housing stocks, and they need a rehabilitation. In our case, I understand we don't have a lot of public stock of housing, because it's mostly private stock of housing that we have. But there could be more as well. Regarding the 1 billion euro destined for new buildings, in the case of Catalonia and Spain, this is translated into protected housings, which have low rents, can receive very juicy subsidies. And seeing this from the outside, it could be a very favorable context, but our problem now is that for all of us who are working on protected housing is financing. Our situation right now is basically based on Euribor +2, beyond the interest rates that people usually work with, and this is a serious difficulty. And there's a technical issue as well. There's a fiscal penalization for public institutions which are using public land for affordable rent housing stocks. Right now, it is a paradox, but when there's more money than usual on the table, a lot of the projects end up being stopped. Machines that were already working, like ours, with rent-protected housing, together with cooperatives and associations, in a context where a lot of resources seem to be there, there is a kind of stopping And we hope it's just a pause, a short pause. But last week, we heard about the decision from the Catalan government with a list of the projects that will be falling in and projects that will be excluded. We understand what is wanted, which is there will be enough distribution on the territory so that it will have a good infrastructure all along the country, so that there will be a capillarity. But if the resources is put in the hands of non-mature projects, which have to start from scratch, the risk we are facing is that this will leave without resources those who already have projects that are starting and that are already working and who are really capable of bringing that out. The danger of this, or the risk of this, is that some of these projects will never see the light. So this is a problem that we have. It's up to me to appeal to the capacity that Barcelona has as a city, also the metropolitan area. This is why we have presented 43 projects for the next generation promotion for 1,500 housings. Barcelona could comply with 90% of the goal. It won't be reasonable that projects from cooperatives, foundations, and the city council in the metropolitan area won't have enough resources, bearing in mind that they have the most mature projects concerning new rent-protected housing and rehabilitation. Many colleagues from the Spanish state, are promoting the reformation of the private stock of housing. A lot of the people we know want to do things well, but there is a problem with the administration of extra funds in order to rehabilitate neighbor communities. In the case of Barcelona City, where we are sharing a consortium, everything is improvable, but in the last years, from 2015 to up to 2021, we have invested 180 million to rehabilitate 150 housing units. These funds are reaching a machinery that is already moving with a lack of balance in its financing. This lack of balance will be compensated partly by the European funds. Buildings, houses, neighborhoods practically don't have any adjustment problems or issues. The problems that were already there regarding inner elements fit well with the existing projects. The Catalan government is asking us to have a greater managing capacity. The feeling we're getting is that we're doing our homework. We have created an office, especially dedicated to rehabilitation only. And it may seem quite specialized, but there are few departments in the City Council working together alongside with this new office, with some new teams, with people who will go to the territory to explain the programs. These are called the prescribers. And then the Department of Urban Planning will renew licenses for rehabilitation. And we know this is one of the bottlenecks. And I don't know if we have launched it yet, but there's a simulator so that the neighbor communities will know what they have when they are entitled to. And we will make mistakes like everyone else, but we have the feeling that we've more or less done our homework. Risks or challenges? Everyone is talking about the risk of non-execution. I think in the city of Barcelona there is no risk of non-execution. At least this is not the main risk. Other people are talking about a certain risk of social economical bias, which means that wealthier neighbor communities will be accessing funds more easily. Yes, this is a risk. But we believe that this is a risk, only partly a risk, because we believe that resources will go intensively to certain areas in the territory which need it more. But this will have to be monitored, and we will have to see if this risk is really being avoided. Another risk that is not so hard is that there's a disconnect with rent. European funds are not conditioning what happens to the tenants. This can only be done through public funds. I remember the bid that is in vigor right now has 41.5 million, but this is a distortion. Tenants will only be benefited from the municipal funds. Another risk that we all can see is anorexia and bulimia. There are a lot of extra resources right now. What happens when these extra resources don't disappear? Will force the system to generate certain capacities with capillarity. How much of that can we maintain? Finally, and we've dedicated a big part of the morning to this, in questions like industrialization of rehabilitation, public or private project generation, the generation of funds to non-refundable and sunk costs. This is leaving the most residues. Public or private initiatives, if they are well financed, they have the capacity to do things, but when there are no longer European funds, they will still be able to do things. This is the problem. Who can continue working on this when there are no longer European funds? I would like to finish where I started. I do think this is an opportunity. I do believe that we are going to make the most of it. But there are risks along the way and things that we need to watch out for. I believe this is something that we just need to be aware of.
Thank you, Javier. So adding challenges, I mean, the opportunity is clear, but adding the challenge as how these funds can reach the more vulnerable houses and what we do once this extra funding is no longer available. It's very interesting. So now we'll move on to the social side. We will start off with David Guardia, who's come from Davicop, which is a federation of Catalan housing cooperatives, and in the housing section of the CHES. The floor is yours. Well, I'll try keeping it short so we can have a discussion. In any case, we have a federation of housing cooperativists in the region of Catalonia. We are moving forward in this logic to pay stable long-term rents, and that has to go through cooperative housing. And in the CHES, we are strongly committed to changing the economic model and in a context of change. So we want to push social solidarity economy. We want services and around housing that will allow for an economy that is rooted in the territory with a high return. That is why CHES, the Network of Solidarity Economy of Catalonia, is a powerful network. I mean, in the classic societies of the construction of real estate, they say housing generates 2.4 jobs. But we think that with these next generation funds, so that they are pushing for social and affordable housing, well, we think they should be used to strengthen all of the goods and services around construction and housing. Having said that, and based on what Javier was saying, in the sense that it's good news that generally speaking they're pushing for more investment in a crisis or in a context of crisis, like a Keynes model, to compensate for the hardships that may come from the existing economic situation. That's generally speaking good news, because obviously we support strengthening public services and strengthening everything that is of a general interest, public management, and of the public goods and this public community dimension, especially when citizens participate, as in the case of housing co-ops. Going into the construction and renovation of things is that beyond this good news in terms of concept, we also want to share and say that since we are talking of a large investment, this can lead to distortion. So we want to raise some flags that civil society organizations have mentioned, such as the Observatory for Debt in Globalization or the Open Generation European Union platform, who have warned on the need that it's not large corporations, the funds, the next generation funds shouldn't all go to large corporations. They should be an opportunity to increase transparency with regards to subsidies, to strengthen public services, and in the case of housing, for public housing and for public community models instead of public-private partnerships with a strong market orientation, and to strengthen the ecosystem of SMEs, social solidarity economy, so that we can scale it up. So it's an opportunity that, in general, and also in this sector, we must be aware of. Having said that, in the field of new constructions, we've seen something curious, and that is that, as Javier was mentioning, just to give you a concrete example, even if there are more funds available, the calls in Catalonia with municipal funds, we're still waiting for the resolution of a case where you have mature projects that have been left out. So the year when you have much more money available, it's the first time where mature projects have been left out of these subsidies. They wanted to come up with a strategy to create demand, so they have these millions, they want to waste them quickly, and they've prioritized. I mean, many city councils that up until now hadn't done much in an initial stage, based on a series of commitments, have been given greater scores for projects that are than projects that are in a more mature stage. So this creates a dysfunction with regards to the different stakeholders and the maturity level. There are certain stakeholders perhaps who up till now hadn't considered these type of actions, but then there are operators and actors that have been doing things and haven't been able to access this support. We know it's difficult to strike a balance, and that next generation funds should be used so that territorially and strategies we can broaden them. But what isn't acceptable is that these funds can't be used to strengthen things that are already mature. Another paradox is that when you give a subsidy, there's always a positive and a negative side. For new constructions, the public administrations, even if they want to collaborate with a community actor or private actor, have been able to request the subsidy in an initial stage, so you can grant the land with a financial subsidy. But on the other hand, in city councils around the metropolitan area of Barcelona have built social housing with a private corporate, and it may be possible that you have city councils today who have had a subsidy but who then partner with a private actor which generates social housing, yes, but then it is a surplus which doesn't go into the hands of social actors but rather are put on the market. And this is also something that worries us. Now, when it comes to renovation, there's the positive side. That is an opportunity to renovate the existing housing stock. And as was said earlier on, we understand there's not enough differentiation, as Javier was saying, between the private side and the public side. Here we believe there should have been a positive discrimination towards non-profit projects, and that isn't happening in the way we would have liked this to happen. So it's about renovating the existing stock, and it's also an opportunity to strengthen community and public actors. We need to support them so that we can move closer to the European affordable social housing models through cooperatives and non-profit organizations that can add on to the public stock. And the main difference we see with the Catalan government and the state of Spain is I'd like to call on all administrations, and in the field of renovation we think this differentiation between renovating private park or renovating public stocks, we need to clearly differentiate these points, and it's very positive to see that ICAIN subsidies from the regional government of Catalonia, which do differentiate. There are subsidies for energy transition where they differentiate subsidies that are given for non-profit actors from when it's a commercial entity, where the subsidy by kilowatt is much higher, because any benefit that is achieved through this energy transition will revert to the non-profit activity of the organization. So we think this same logic should be applied by the state, the regional government and the city council to the next generation funds used for renovation. And a last idea is that local administrations sometimes can complement. I mean, sometimes there are limitations in the calls, for instance, with the next generations, but local administrations, especially larger city councils, could complement these next generation funds so that there could be this positive discrimination to add on to the subsidies and to promote housing cooperatives run by non-profit organizations. Last but not least, I know I'm expressing many concerns, but the challenge is great, big ahead of us. Since socially speaking, we share the general positive overview, but there is also a need to think of potential risks. And the logic of funds that are available only up till 2026 will mean that it all has to be done now. There's a sense of urgency. There are projects that are in a very initial stage and can't access these funds, and people are asking what opportunities there'll be further on down the line for this model to grow and consolidate. And you need a clear, a stable framework, and we can't see what we've seen recently where the subsidy frameworks have changed from one year to another. Last year it was the Spanish state, then it was the Catalan government, and for next year we don't really know what will happen. And as in all administrations, it's difficult to know, strike a balance. So, when you don't have this stability and when there's this sense of urgency, it's very difficult to make long-term plans to strengthen the social affordable housing stock. We're talking a lot about housing policies, but we could also include next generation funds that could benefit us, such as those linked to repopulating rural areas, or just to give you another example, using support to new projects for co-housing, for elderly people with shared spaces and shared services. We think we need to make greater efforts to subsidize and fund these new models that can help the social services evolve, where you have housing that go together with social services. That would be all on my side. Okay, so yes, you're sticking to time excellently. And David was highlighting the idea that there are opportunities, and maybe there'd be an opportunity to strengthen public services, but raising many red flags. I think it was quite interesting, and I'm sure we will be able to talk about this in the discussion. You were mentioning, David, this paradox with the projects that will be funded through the next generation funds, and how important it would be to prioritize public community community alliances instead of public-private initiatives, and how everything is in the short term and we don't know what will happen once the next generation funds are over. So we'll now give the floor to Anton Gazol. Sorry, I pronounced your name wrong. So Anton Gazol, we were told we were sent a short bio. The former Dean of the Department of Economy and the Director of Habitat 3 Next Generation Funds. Did I say it right? No, Habitat 3 is Carme Trilla. No, please do correct me if I'm mistaken. Well, first I want to apologize because Carme Trilla was going to be, who is the chair of Habitat 3, but for a last-minute family emergency, she couldn't come. And they took me as a cover, and I got here late. So the first thing I want to do is apologize for my delay, but I wasn't able to make it here sooner. I'd also like to welcome the fact that the Housing Forum has organized a panel like this. I think it's something that is welcome. I am sorry I wasn't able to listen to Elsa Ibar from the Catalan Regional Government. As I'm Anton Gazol, I'm more than the former Dean of the Bar of Economists. I'm the patron of AFIPS, the Foundation on Family and Wellbeing. It's a long-standing foundation with a long history. And I'm also collaborating with Cohabitat, which is an association bringing together 12 private foundations promoting social housing for rent. I'm sorry I didn't make it in time to listen to your presentation, else I did hear Javier's speech, the end part of his speech, and David Guardia's, and until now, and apologize because maybe I'm not the one who knows most on social housing, but from what I know and from what I've heard up till now, social housing was done with funds of the regional government or the city councils together with subsidies, and developers are private and they've put in their own resources, have taken on debt. So it is a system which has worked well when it works with public funds or subsidies or a mix of both. And today, in the few minutes I have, I would like to talk of a shift in paradigm. We're talking of next generation funds, but if I'm not mistaken, we are only talking of subsidies, which, if you give me 2 minutes, what are the next generation funds? Next generation funds are an example of European solidarity as we'd never seen before. COVID unleashed the fact that the European Union says we need to get working for the damage caused by COVID to overcome it. And they've done what something they'd resisted to do, especially Germany, to issue European bonds, that is, issuing debt. And it'll be Europe issuing this debt. And they said, we will allocate 750 billion euros to recover from COVID. And these 750 billion euros will be shared among the member states in the form of grants and loans. How will these funds be distributed? Well, this is an example of European solidarity. They will be shared based on a set of criteria that were set, and that is that states that saw a greater drop in GDP and higher levels of unemployment, which are in a least favorable situation, will be allocated more funds, whereas countries that are better off will receive fewer funds. So the distribution of these funds is based on the impact of COVID. And which of the EU member states were most affected by COVID? Italy and then Spain. And when it came to the allocation of European funds to Spain, it's about 140 billion euros, more or less, half in the form of grants and half in the way of loans. So Spain has received support from the Europeans so that the grants and loans, the European Central Bank will issue bonds, and this money obviously has to be returned. How will it be returned? Well, it will be returned through own funds that the member states contribute to the EU. and these resources are contributed based on their wealth. So the richer countries, the countries that are better off after COVID, will be contributing more funds to pay the next generation funds, whereas the countries that are worse off will pay less. So it's the clearest example of European solidarity as we've never seen before. And let's hope there'll be future occasions. But for now, it's the only occasion where there's been such a solidarity response. And it's shared equally between grants and loans. If I haven't got it wrong, what has been done until now is to look at how we can access these grants, 20% for construction, and this stems back a long way. And now we have the next generation funds. And indeed, Spain has allocated around 1 billion euros in subsidies to meet the promotion of social housing for rent. This rent, which is done on municipal soil, that will have to be returned to the owner after 70 or 75 or 80-year lease, as agreed, will be returned to the city council. And I want to talk about a shift in paradigm. Foundations and cooperatives and people building social housing are people with financial solvency and who can guarantee that they will be able to repay the loan or the money they are lent to build that promotion. And I more concretely want to talk of Cohabitat, which, as I said, brings together 12 foundations and FIBs, with which Josep Maria Puig, I can see, is in our audience. So what we say is, okay, subsidies are great, but what we are asking for is for loans. We want next generation loans. 70 billion in loans that the Spanish state can ask from the European Union. These loans are the ones offering the best possible conditions for repayment. So what we are saying is, yes, grants are great, but let's ask for loans. And for a long time, there's been a battle going on to see how we can reach out to the central government, the national government of Spain. Let me take a pause here. I mean, in Spain has done tricks here. Spain and other countries, some other countries. The European Union allocated these 750 billion euros and distributed amongst the countries. And the EU, it was a clear example of giving up sovereignty. The EU could say, if we are subscribing debt for everyone, we want to decide where these funds will be used. And they have an important task force to decide which projects could be eligible for these projects. But they didn't do this. They transferred sovereignty to the Spanish state. So here the question is, and I think the Catalan government will say I'm right, the relevant question is, so why is this transfer of sovereignty? Why hasn't Spain transferred this sovereignty to the regions of Spain? And they're only giving a bit of leeway to manage whatever the Spanish state has decided. So this transfer of sovereignty is stopped at the Spanish state, and that is why we need to go and ask for loans from the state. And then the state is the Council of Ministers, and more specifically the Minister for the Economy and the Minister for the Urban Agenda. So our struggle, what we think would be the best solution, is to receive loans. Why? Well, because the construction of social housing, at least from the perspective of foundations, we can only do this if we have 30-year funding at very low interest rates that aren't higher than 2%. Otherwise, with revenues for the usual social housing scheme, we earn 7.5 euros per square meter. How can you build social housing when you only have 7.5 euros profit per square meter? And then if you have to do maintenance and what happens if someone squats your building. We can only do this if we can pay back the interest in 30 years and the interest rate isn't higher than 2%. And the international financial institution is taking on debt by 4.5% and then subsidizes those of us who are building social housing with 2 or 2.5% and besides a 20% subsidy. So we're putting a huge pressure on the Catalan or the Spanish treasury with these subsidies or subsidizing interest rates. What I say is forget about that. Well, no, I can't say forget about subsidies and grants and subsidizing interest rates. Give us loans. These loans, in principle, are a 30-year maturity with a very low interest rate, only for the managing fees. So this would mean that foundations and anyone who builds social housing for rent will agree offers the guarantees that they will pay back. And don't let anyone say no, but if the state asked for these loans, it would be taking on debt. No, it's not national debt. And let me give you an example. With COVID, there was furlough and the official loans institute gave out loans and has backed up financial institutions to give these loans. So public funds was made available through the ICO to help companies, and that isn't debt. And I'll tell you more. The bailout of Spanish banks of 42 billion euros, it wasn't calculated as debt. And I'll say more. Now it's been classified as debt because all of the toxic assets were put in a public bank, and it's been a disaster, and it hasn't been repaid, and so the loss is huge, and the state had to take on this debt, and the European Union said, well, if you haven't recovered it, we'll classify it as that. But for housing, not the case, because foundations and others building social housing for rent have a track record of saying we can offer guarantees that we will pay back this loan, but only if it's in these conditions, 30-year maturity and 2% interest rate. And I'll conclude by saying that the worst scenario we can imagine would be if the state isn't able to ask for loans from the 70 billion euros. I don't know if they'll use up all of the funds allocated for subsidies, but as far as we know so far, from the European funds that were made available so far, Spain has received around 35% of the total funds it could obtain, but France, Germany, they're all above 50%, Finland are above 85%, whereas Spain isn't very efficient when it comes to using the EU funds that the EU makes available to us. So maybe the Siren funds that are being distributed, maybe they will use these, but I would go as far to saying that it will be very difficult for these 70 billion made available in loans won't be used up. And another thing is loans that you need to pay back, even if they're in excellent conditions. So what I'm calling out for here is to all put pressure from the different institutions, the City Council of Barcelona. They also subscribed an agreement, and they are standing next to the regional government and the cooperatives. We should all put pressure on the state so that it requests loans from the Next Generation funds and makes them available to all of those entities, foundations, cooperatives and others who, thanks to the transfer of public land, are able to build social housing for rent. Everyone says that we need a greater stock of social housing. Everyone is saying this. Well, here we have a way of, instead of just talking about it, actually getting to do it. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much, Anton. You gave us a general overview of these funds, and I think it's clear that we need to have loans besides grants. Okay, so we have roughly 10 minutes left, time for some questions, comments, and answers. I think you have an app, a new code. We see that we have some questions. I'll read 2 or 3 of them, and then I'll give you the floor. I'm sure you also made comments, so maybe when I give you the floor, you can answer. So first, you can see the question here, right? I'll read it out anyway. Elsa Ibar was saying that in order to reach the goal of renovation, we had to remodel around 60,000 housing. When it comes to public housing, how many will be renovated in 2023? I don't know if you want to answer quickly. Yes? Okay, so 58,000. I just gave a round figure, so it's 58,000 for 2023 by November 2023. Between public and private housing units, it's 25,000. That's for the whole of Catalonia. And, well, I mean, at the end of the day, in this case it's public and private, the goal, it doesn't specify where it has to be public or private. Okay, concrete answer to a concrete question. We, in the second resolution of Next Generation, will the Catalan government allow for an increase in rent prices of 7.50 euro square meters, moving closer to the 9.2 euro per square meter module? Well, I don't know. The call is still in the process of being finalized. Plans, I think the second call, I guess when you say the second call will be the official call. Now there's been a framework and the actual call is still being finalized. It'll be out in January in principle. Okay. And the next question. We have the energy certificates as the basis for these funds, and they don't give trustworthy information, they're not reliable. Do we need a new tool? It doesn't say who this question is addressed to, so maybe you can leave it for the final round of interventions, and we'll read another question if there are any more, or do we just have these 3? That was the last question, right? Okay, so if you agree, yes. So can we hear questions from the audience in a mic? In theory, they were meant to be asked through the app. From the organizers, they're sharing the questions with me. I don't know if there is flexibility and we can take some questions from the floor. Yeah, we have a mic. Okay, so what would be the critical pathway that a community of owners should have if they have a renovation project with an energy certificate? How can they have access to the Next Generation funds? Bearing in mind that they already have a license, a permit, and they could maybe start works within a timeline of no more than 2 months. Okay, so we have this very concrete practical case, and we have this question on the energy efficiency certificates. And then if you want to say some concluding remarks, we'll follow the same order as before. So are we giving our closing remarks? Well, we'll take this question that was just asked, as well as the question on the energy certificate as a baseline, and the wrap-up. Yeah, so it'll be your final intervention. So shall I answer everything? No, we each have the occasion to answer. Okay, so when you're asking about the critical pathway, the process you're referring to, right? Well, so if you already have a project and you meet all of the requirements, which as planned in the call, you have to submit it to the renovation officers, which are at the official professional association of architects or the real estate managers, who will check that you have all the documents, and 1 month later you can have resolution on the granting of the subsidy. So if you have done all of the previous steps, it would be quite quick. Now, with regards to my concluding remarks, and here because I tried giving a summary, but I was mentioning that with these loans, of course, it's everyone's responsibility, but the extremely concerned with subsidies because the worst situation would be where you didn't have loans or grants. So what we've been saying is that we need to be able. I mean, everything can be improved, and Javier said this. We still have to do more, of course, but when we are developing the coal, but what I can say, and I don't want to be pessimistic, I'm trying to be an optimist, but at present, we're talking of the coals that have been out since the May of month, and the general situation isn't looking bright. So, of course, we are limited to what is written in the Royal Decree, and there are some rules we need to follow. We have a timeline to meet in 2023, the midterm goals for 2023, but this is what is causing unrest. It's a very short timeline, so we need to coordinate and communicate and help. And it's also true, and I mean, I know it isn't useful, but it's not just happening here. Javier, I don't know if he said it, but if we look to other regions, we see that the situation is similar because, yes, perhaps there is this boom in funds and everything is have to do quickly, but the concept of energy efficiency for housing renovations is something we need to take ownership of. I say we, because we're talking of renovation with energy efficiency, and with energy efficiency, in the end of the day, in the present situation with regards to the financial situation and the war in the Ukraine and the general economic outlook, asking a group of owners or citizens to pay a part it is an opportunity, perhaps because years back it would be more money, but they perhaps don't have the funds. So, as a summary, I think we all need to work with much greater coordination. We need to explain things better. I think there is an opportunity. There is an interest and a will. So I want to reach out to everyone, especially to citizens, owners, communities, and everyone who is interested in making these next generation funds a reality. Even if the EU Recovery and Resilience Plan is temporary, somehow it should help to economic recovery that can fuel longer-term recovery. Thank you.
Moltes gràcies.
Very well, thank you very much. Javier, would you like to answer to this question about the certificates and do the closing as well? Maybe not so much the certificates, but maybe the other question from the gentleman in the second row, because it is true that many neighbors communities could have that question or another similar one. Maybe I wasn't clear enough before when we said we opened a specialized office for rehabilitation on the number 350 of Pujada Street. That's where we need to go first, because we will be redirecting you to one resource or the other, but there must be a common office. It's part of the consortium and common to both administrations, and there should be an entry door to all questions and doubts. Shouldn't be a bottleneck, but a catalyzer. I would like to do a more general reflection, because this is a Barcelona and Catalan debate, but from the Fhar former editions, we know that videos circulate many months after this Fhar conferences ended all around Europe and Latin America. So knowing that we have a lot of challenges, difficulties, problems, bottlenecks, knowing all of this, I do know that we have the obligation to let people know that the autonomous government and the city government have a consortium, because this is not a common thing. The consortium is not perfect. It's not a common thing. It's not a common consortium either. At the other end of the panel, we have cooperatives and foundations working for affordable and social housing, and they have the will to generate a system, each with their own will, perfectly respectable with different nuances. But this civil society collaborating together with social and affordable housing associations, this is not so common in other places, and this is something necessary. Professor Subrat's, now a minister, has a famous sentence to say it has problems, and administrations have departments. The way to hack this is that public administrations will do things together, and they should have the intellectual honesty to know or that we are only administrations, that if we do things together with the market and the citizens, we will go further, will reach further. This is a system that has great potentiality. And now to the point, the main point for me. The main goal is to generate 3,000 new listed buildings for rent. We're working on a stock of 6,000. They need to be generated with a certain balanced. It wouldn't be good to meet every need only in one place. In the consortium, in the last years, we've rehabilitated about 10,000 housing units per year. Qualitatively, rehabilitation must be done in a different way. These interventions are more expensive. It should be more expensive with a greater energy efficiency, with a greater dialogue with the neighbors. So it's a more qualitative rather than quantitative challenge. And I will end with a reflection which is kind of similar to a reflection done by Mr. Gazal, bearing in mind this map of first subsidies and loans out of the billions that are will to be allocated to Spain. We have a certain amount for soft loans and a certain amount to be addressed for rehabilitation. Moreover, we must have a debate on the taxing, and an equity market must be created to the service of our projects. Also, more public-private vehicles must be created. I started by saying that there are interesting things in Barcelona and Catalonia that could be inspiring for others, but if we don't do all this scalability with private and public collaborations, the chances of anorexia and bulimia in the future will be very high. Thank you very much. David, would you like to do the closing as well? Along the thread that David was mentioning regarding the consortium, in rehabilitation, we do see that we have metropolitan management on the one hand with rehabilitation and on the other hand with new buildings. I think there must be a shared reflection so that the subsidies will go where they need to go. One of the greatest worries is that this won't be executed before 2026. In this case of new buildings, new projects should be promoted, but if they don't see the light, there we have a problem. there is a paradox. We must do it differently if we don't want this to happen. Also, I wanted to share what the new general manager of the Housing Agency of Catalonia, what she said, only 6% of the funding was destined to cooperative housing. We spent a weekend with different communities and city councils where we have shared social housing models with social and solidarity economies, community living, a very positive practice at all levels, with success international stories, but only 6% of these subsidies for this sector is not enough. They have a mature architectural project. We should take more care of it. The City Council of Barcelona should be leading this procedure. This reality should take a leap in scale, and I doubtlessly in the next months with the public administration, I'm sure we'll be able to work together in the second phase of the bid, and let's see how we can correct this and redirect this. So optimism and a proposal. Anton, would you like to close as well? After hearing Javier, if people from around Spain are listening to this, I will now speak in Spanish. I would like to give a round of applause. We would like to give a hand to the last of David's interventions because he said it very clearly. Sorry, Javier's last intervention. I couldn't agree more with what he just said. Energy-wise, next generation funds mentioned rehabilitations, which I think is really important and needs to be done efficiently, energetically speaking, but also among the conditionings of the next generation funds was social inclusion. Social inclusion means social, affordable rent, housing for rent. So apart from subsidies, we're talking about loans, which could have a lower pressure on subsidies. If conditions are as favorable, as we said, not so much pressure will be possible in terms of VAT and taxing. However, the way in which they should be used is the state should ask the European Union for loans for different ends. One of them would be to give an answer to the needs of the whole of agents, foundations, public or private foundations in Spain, and particularly in Catalonia, which can promote social housing. This phenomenon that is happening in Catalonia has not extended in other areas or regions of Spain. Cohabitat has 12 private foundations. They could come up with about 200, 300 social rent housing units per year. With the correct financing, we could reach 1,000 housing units. And just to make it clear, the next generation funds, both subsidies and loans, are from 2021 to extend it until 2026. They are now focusing on the period of 2021 to 2023. But until 2026, loans can be asked. You can ask for a loan as if you went to the bank and the bank give you a current account vehicle through a financing agency such as the Catalan Finance Institute or any other financial agency, and it were distributed when a cooperative or foundation or any organization meets all requirements to access that, they will access this account with a credit available, and I am in charge of paying it back. Therefore, it is very important, highly important, to convince the Spanish state that social inclusion and loans have to go through this because this would give a solution for the lack of public stock of housing for rent. Okay, thank you very much. We are leaving it here. We've heard about potential collaborations between the different markets, also limits and possibilities for the Next Generation Fund. Thank you for your participation. We are now moving on to the next panel, housing policies from a global perspective. Anton, Javier, Elsa, Irene, David, thank you very much for your presentations, for your reflections. We hope that your role will be important in the deployment of the extension of the existing public stock of buildings, also alongside with cooperatives and social housing associations. We are now reaching the last panel for Fhar 2022 for this Housing and Rehabilitation Forum, this Barcelona Housing and Rehabilitation Forum 2022. All we've been debating in the last 2 days has been very rich, and now we'll take a leap and we'll start talking about housing policies from a global perspective. Who will be a part of this last panel, discussion panel? The session will be presented by Vanessa Baliño, the head of the cabinet for the Department of Housing in the City Council of Barcelona. We'll also have the participation of 3 other speakers: Alejandro Aguilar, Secretary of Housing and Social Function of the Valencian Community, also Eva Tubio, Councillor of Housing and Social Function of the Valencia Community, of the Cádiz City Council. And Doris González, Executive Secretary of Condominiums, Housing Ministry and Urbanism Chile.
I en les maneres de fer. Darrere la gestió de l'IMAP, ara hi ha persones com tu. Que quin és el seu objectiu? Doncs portar a terme polítiques per defensar l'habitatge digne com a dret fonamental, incrementar el parc públic d'habitatge, tot recuperant pisos buits en propietat i promovent la construcció de noves promocions de lloguer públic, i millorar el parc residencial que ja existeix amb rehabilitació i mesures d'eficiència energètica.
Segurament saps que a Barcelona ens prenem l'habitatge molt seriosament. Per nosaltres, és clau. Però no correm tant. Sabem d'on venim. Durant dècades, les administracions edificaven amb els diners de tots. I es construïa molt, sí. Però tots aquests pisos públics amb els anys passaven al lliure mercat. És a dir, que de públics, res de res. Parlant clar, el parc d'habitatge públic a Espanya pràcticament no existeix. No volem deprimir ningú, però és poc més de l'1% del total. Precisament per això, a Barcelona, estem generant més habitatge públic del que mai abans s'havia fet. I ens assegurem que allò que avui és de tothom ho continuï sent també en el futur. I això és només el principi de la ciutat que estem construint. Perquè a Barcelona l'habitatge és clau.
Las de lejos, las de cerca, todas.
Hola.
El calaix flou lliure de call. Coses del directe.
Esta agüita es mía. Sembla que no ara s'escolta. Molt bé.
Good afternoon. We are about to end our conference. I think it's worth putting some more effort in this panel. And it is quite a challenge because your experiences are quite diverse. And some of them are far away in terms of territory. We have with us the Secretary of Housing from Valencia community, from Valencia, Alejandro Aguilar. We also have Eva Rubio, Councillor of Housing from the City Council of Cádiz in Andalusia. And also with us is Doris González, coming from Chile. We are so happy. We are so happy because we have a colleague coming from so far away. And Chile is undergoing very interesting changes, and this is a voice for hope for us. We are following closely what's happening in Latin America, not only in Chile, Colombia, Chile. We're also seeing many things happening in Mexico. There's an excitement about Latin America. We need to be there. This is why we have this idea of generating links beyond our scope, or Catalan and Spanish scope. How to present this panel? I think one of the interesting ideas to be presented here would be that we are asking not only people representing diverse situations to discuss and to have a debate, but also they are representing different kinds of governments. Alejandro is coming from regional government. Doris González is executive secretary of condominiums, and she will tell us a little bit more about it. From the Ministry of Housing of Chile. So that's the state level. And then the local level, which is the City Council of Cádiz, which, like the city of Barcelona, the city of Cádiz has worked alongside with Barcelona in these last years, which have not been easy. So these are three levels of administrations, and they're all fundamental to promote these housing policies. And another point that I'd like to mention, and this would be our starting point for this panel, it would be, we have three different experiences from very different places, but they all have the common starting point that they have been governed for many years by right-wing parties which had a very specific view of housing policy. And we've been hearing this. We've been hearing this again and again. If you increase the offer, the supply of housing, you will improve the situation of the city. Valencia was a clear case of this. In the capital city of Valencia was an example of neoliberalism and focusing on supply as the solution for the main housing problems. Let's see what Alejandro has to say about whether that was really true. Was it really a solution? Chile, the world example of how a country should go out of poverty, and private property was blatantly defended and promoted. And the worst thing is that a lot of countries looked up to Chile because we were being told that Chile was being successful. Chile was the best student of the World Bank, the World Bank's best follower. Doris can tell us a little bit more about it. In 2015, Barcelona also changed its local government, and people new to politics arrived in the city council. There were great challenges. This poses a lot of stress and anguish. In the city of Barcelona, this was for just one city, so I can't even imagine how someone in charge of the whole Ministry of Housing for the whole country might be feeling. Same with Cádiz. This is a government experience coming from the right-wing party government after a long time of a right-wing government in Cádiz. In 2015, Cádiz changed its city council government, and the new government started to turn away from those neoliberal policies. But your new local autonomous government in Andalusia is now far right, so you have that added obstacle. This is our last panel before lunch, which means we should try to be agile, straightforward, clear, and brief. And we should come up with some ideas which will leave us with enough energy and optimism to make us feel encouraged and excited about the policies that you are implementing to come out of the situation where we are. The best would probably be to start with the local level. Maybe Eva could start for Cádiz. After that, we can go to the autonomous government and then finally the state government. We've asked them to speak for 10 or 15 minutes.
Visibilidad.
Sí, normal.
Yo había traído unas imágenes aquí. A ver si me lo pone. Bueno, pues buenos días, he traído.
Okay, good morning. I brought some images. Maybe we can show them up on screen. They will help me along my presentation. Well, as you all know, those of you who know, Cádiz is a very small city, 12 or 14 square kilometers, and right now we have a population of 114,000 inhabitants. In these type of events on housing, I always say it's important to have representatives for medium or small sized municipalities, because housing policies are done everywhere, and housing policies are not the same in smaller towns because of the population and the resources. So Cádiz represents a medium-sized city with a population. We lost 40,000 inhabitants over the course of the past 20 years. So right now we have an aging population and a young population was having difficulties to have access to housing. Young people can't access housing. The prices are really high on average. It's 750 or 800 euros a month. It's far too expensive. Plus, we have to deal with tourism on the one hand, and we have a large university population, which is leading to gentrification and the expulsion of the local population. At the same time, since Cadiz is a small city covering a small area, there's a high density of population, so the situation in terms of housing was very complicated. When we gained power in 2015 and in the city council, as Vanessa said, the previous party in government for the last 20 years had carried out private housing policies, and that's what happened in Spain for many decades. They built social housing for sale, and a lot of those houses that had been built in the decades before were on the market by that stage when we arrived to power. All of the public stock, it was very old, it hadn't been renovated, and it was up for sale. So one of the first measures we took was to stop selling our public housing stock and only construct or build social housing for rent for the most vulnerable. And now we're also building affordable housing for young people, because as we understand, the youth needs that initial help. When we hear other political parties, sorry, I'm a political representative, so I have to make a reference to politics. When I hear another political party saying that youth shouldn't be taken into account. I mean, if there is a party that defends no regulation and no limitations to touristic accommodation or defending speculation, well then of course they won't be defending and protecting youth. They'll be sinking them into further misery, because those youth will never be able to become independent or living in rooms for rent. I remember when I was young, I had the opportunity of sharing a flat with some friends, but it was for a short period of my life and on a voluntary basis. But now youth have no other option. They pay 400-500 euros a month for a shared room when they're 28, 18, 25, 30. It's truly alarming. I don't understand how more people aren't out in the streets. Yesterday we mentioned the importance of the tenant unions and social movements with regards to the bubble of rental prices and the evictions. But I think we need a stronger reaction. We need all citizens to react, because we are being evicted from our towns and cities, and we have to say enough is enough, because it's affecting us directly, our children, our nephews, nieces, so we must go out to demonstrate on the streets. Another thing we said is that it is true that when talking of housing, everyone thinks of housing as private property. So we all know that health and education are public, but when it comes to housing, everyone thinks of housing as something that's private on the market, and that there are few opportunities to do anything about it. When housing is a human right, it needs to have public support with the same strength, resources and continuity that health and education have. And to make this possible, we will need a strong struggle to organize a system that is permanent and that isn't up to the political wills of the time. It's pointless if in Cádiz now we are building social housing or affordable housing if tomorrow a new party moves into power and does what Ana Botella did in Madrid and sells off all of this social housing, public social housing. We need laws and regulations so that when we generate a big enough public housing stock to even control the market slightly so that rental prices in the city stay stable, then what isn't acceptable is for a new party to move in and sell off the public social housing on the cities that Vienna built. Didn't build them in a week. It took them several years. So we need time to build up a stock of social housing, and we need protections in place to maintain those policies. Sorry, I've said everything. I haven't moved past my first slide yet. Well, it's quite usual in me. Never mind. So those were the figures that I was sharing with you before. If we can go on to the next slide. Well, some of the actions we are taking in Cadiz is to build social housing for rent. We have some 2020 Horizon projects for warmer climates, for energy efficiency, so that we can reduce energy consumption in a social housing block. There are several projects around Europe. In the case of Cadiz, it's the only example where these funds are used for social housing. It's quite interesting. And then, as everywhere else, we are coming up with imaginative ways to transform office blocks into temporary housing. We're always trying to find a way to come up with housing alternatives for families at risk, which in our cities are many. We are also creating co-housing cooperatives and for the leasing of soil or land. But as we heard from the previous panel, in Catalonia there are experiences of this line, but not in the rest of Spain. And when you talk to officials on this, they can't even come to terms with this. But I think that's a possible way. We have to create housing cooperatives to open up possibilities. And then I want to take a short break. I mean, you were talking of next generations funds, and Andalusia, the situation is different. From the 6 types of next generation projects, one was taken away, the one for neighborhoods, the other one for construction of property for rent was taken away, and the money was kept by the regional government, so city councils had to do with the rest. The regional government has kept the funds for itself, and then for the projects to renovate buildings for energy sufficiency, they have only made it available for private properties. So public authorities cannot opt to those funds. The regional government has only reserved those funds for private owners. I hope there are many owners who will apply for that, but it's not easy. Owners have to pay. So maybe a lot of the funds will be lost because the administration didn't have the possibility to access the next generation funds for the renovation of houses. Also, the youth bonus, we were the last region in agreeing to this measure. In Cadiz, we submitted 10 projects for the construction of affordable housing, 5 for municipal land, and other 5 for public-private partnerships, and a third for affordable rent for people aged 50 to 75. They denied that to us, and well, we don't know because things aren't very transparent in the regional government of Andalusia, but we think that no project of that type has been granted with regards to the leasing of land to build affordable housing and for rent. And so here we see some pictures of some buildings. We may have very poor maintained properties, so we've done renovation works in 30 different buildings. This is the project I was mentioning in Marañón. It's the European project for warm climates. These are the office buildings that were converted into housing. This is something we are doing to renovate neighborhoods. It's one of the oldest set of public housing in Cadiz, and we've come up with a global project in the area, renovating 100 old housing units and building 100 more. And as for the reflections, and Vanessa, please let me know if I'm going over time, but just to share some interesting reflections with you, I'll say that something that I've always felt attracted to is the possibility of having housing policies. It's in the hands of the regions, but since the regions, like in the case of Andalusia, aren't good at this, the responsibility is always in the hands of city councils. And in many of Andalusian city councils, I don't know how things work here, but basically in Andalusia, all of the competencies on housing are in the hands of companies. At the end, it's always a business building social housing, and obviously we all know that a company needs to make an economic profit and generate income, and this isn't compatible. You can't have public housing policies with a purely business model that wants to make a profit. You're trying to come up with social housing or affordable housing for rent is incompatible with the business mindset. So we have to generate public spaces to defend the right to housing, just as we do in social services. And it can't be done only relying on a business model. Right now, we are seeing huge levels of gentrification, and we're overcrowded by tourists. Local population is moving out. So we want to come up with a demographic survey. We think that demographics and housing go hand in hand. If we are losing housing units and people are moving out and the population is aging more and more, there are fewer. I think one of the birth rate in Andalusia is very low, one of the lowest in Spain. But at the same time, we see a much greater volume of housing. We have 20,000 more housing units. So we have people moving out and we have more housing units, because during the real estate bubble, it generated a stock of housing. We have less population, more housing units. So, I mean, the problem is the way these houses are being used. Are they empty? Are they used for tourists? You know, we are building cities that are not made for its citizens. We're giving other uses to the housing units, and that is why we want to have this demographic assessment to see what is being done. So maybe there's a lack of consideration or lack of ethics. I mean, Cadiz, just as Barcelona, they're very highly sought after for different reasons, but also because they're beautiful cities, pleasant to live in. They attract population. Also Barcelona, because of employment, not in the case of Cadiz. There isn't much jobs available, but it's a comfortable city to live in. It's warm, and many are moving in to buy property in Cadiz, kicking out the foreign population. There are large owners in Cadiz. Very often, greed isn't only in the hands of the big. There are individuals who are also greedy. And this is leading to our housing stock to reduce. 26% of houses that are bought up in Cadiz are for investment purposes purely. And it's quite surprising, something that Lucia was mentioning yesterday, and we've seen it in the press, how on certain real estate websites, they are pushing for seasonal contracts to bypass the law. They're telling them how to bypass the 2% rent increase cap. They say, okay, so have a short-term contract, or don't renew the contract, and when the contract ends, you sign a new contract with a higher rent. And they're openly talking of these ways of bypassing the law when there's so many people that are in dire need of affordable rent. So it's a scandal. I may be leaving things out, but we will have an occasion. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the City Council of Barcelona, Lucia, Vanessa, and all of you guys, because we look up to you when it comes to public housing. And while here in this forum we continue talking of public housing, I think we're on track to find a solution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the City Council for inviting the Catalan government to participate in the Fhar conference, which is a reference for us. I would like in my next 10 minutes to condensate the information of what we've called the Valencian new housing model, which is what we're trying to work on in Valencia. I will analyze the starting point situation, analyzing the oversupply, and then we will talk about the future challenges, short, mid, and long term. Concerning the starting situation, it has already been said, the former Valencian real estate model was only developing housing as a commodity. Is exactly the opposite of what should be done. The autonomous governments and the local governments did exactly the opposite of what should be done. This was an ideological model. It was developed on the territory through touristification and speculation. They both mounted on a private vehicle, and for over 6 decades, they developed that model also during the Franco times, and they have had certain consequences, such as inequalities due to that unequal planning, also environmental consequences, and the population density. Currently, Valencia has 218 people per square kilometer, with more than 500 people in the coastlines and less than 20 inland. There is a big gap. Public policies by the Valencia regional community has meant that there's been an oversupply in Valencia. Right now, we have 3.5 million housing units in Valencia for a population of 5 million. 1.1 million of these 3.5 million were developed between the boom period of 1991 until 2010. And if we will allow me to say so, from 1991 until 2010, 80,000 housing units were built. Of that total, 30% were destined to social housing and protected housing. From that model came the witch ghost, as we call it. Different skeletons, buildings, all kinds of buildings that were not finished, with also the appearance of thousands, hundreds of thousands, 500,000 of empty housing units. We've also detected a total overall 194,000 regular housing units built out of ordinance regulations. And this has been the consequence of the Valencian neoliberal model. This also meant the disappearance of the Valencian model, the savings system. All savings banks were sold to big banking units, to big banks. The Bank of Valencia, which was a reference banking, financing savings bank of the Valencian society, was rescued. So the financing system, the Valencian finance system, disappeared. All these savings banks were bailed out. And the regional government wasn't able to find financing for a lot of the projects because of this. There is obviously a housing emergency because all this housing was developed only or based on a logic of supply and demand, which atomized the ownership, which ended up being concentrated in the hands of a few actors, which meant that there were 125,072 mortgage executions between 2007 and 2016. There was an increase of the price in housing with purchase that increased in the 20% in the last 4 years and rents in the 17.5% in the last year, which also brought about a fracture in the market, or better said, a fracture between the market and the social demand. The market works, the real estate market works. Yes, it works. Houses are being sold every month. We are overcoming the record of sales that we had before, but that doesn't mean that the market is giving an answer to the housing demands of the society in Valencia. On the opposite, the distance and the gap is becoming bigger and bigger. The market must be regulated because the system is generating dramatic emergency housing situations. Finally, the housing needs cannot be answered for because we have a very small public housing stock. Only 0.9% of the whole housing stock. That model means that there is a sale of the public housing stock in 37,558 housing units were managed in 1994, and right now we're only managing 14,631 housing units. So we cannot give an answer to the people who are demanding this help. We understand that it's many more people than that, but it's just for you to understand comparison. We want to put an end to this model in order to develop a new housing model. In this legislation, in our government period, we had no previous framework, or rather, the previous framework that we found legally was a law where there was a general housing directive, and then there was a and what we did was we developed a bioclimatic housing plan, and we've been the only regional government that is not sharing other competencies that are equally important. Catalonia is a good example of a department of the government that allows us to work along the housing policies under the responsibility of a second vice presidency that is giving these policies much more important. We started a strategic plan, the Habitat Plan 2030. A series of principles were established, also a series of lines of work. We needed financing. We increased the budget in 114%. Unless there is a crisis in the government, these budgets will be approved in the parliament. And for 2023, we'll have a budget for 143 million euro. But we are trying to implement a new government of co-governance of the administration and the citizenship, the autonomous or regional government, and the local governments. We started the implementation of the CHELOC office, which are local offices for housing, which are present in municipalities which have more than 20,000 housing units. The municipality can hire their own staff, can hire their own working spaces, having an access to the whole public policies, the whole group of public policies that are made available. We are basing ourselves or our actions on three pillars. First, one of the most important thing, the extension and improvement of protected housing stock through the buying of public housing, 1,187 housing units in 98 municipalities. Second, the right we've carried out a preferential rights for 783 housing units for a value of 44 million. This has allowed us to face housing emergency situations. For example, this preferential right to purchase, we have applied it for 72 families for this week. Another of the fundamental mechanisms we've used has been the direct purchase of housing units. And different regulations have been developed so that we can directly access the market and avoid tenders. And we have the permission to apply these measures with urgency, with a character of urgency. We are also working on another plan, which is the extension of a municipal housing stock, and this is bringing good results. We are happy about that. Finally, we have gone back to promoting public, affordable rent housing units, 3,000 in particular, developed by ourselves through public and private collaborations through the Next Generation funds, also through our own promotion, and finally through a private public decree, also under public and private regimes, in order to promote the affordability of the rent of these housing units. These different help or aid packs have been offered to support and advise the different families and people in need of help in order to access a housing unit. We have developed norms to avoid empty housing units to be allowed. This will allow us a greater control and regulation on the big owners of real estate, thus benefiting the actors that really need our help. Finally, rehabilitation and urban rehabilitation and regeneration. This is a pillar for the present and for the future. There's 3 lines of action: rehabilitation of housing units and buildings, public housing rehabilitation with 100 million. In the rehabilitation of housing buildings was 300 million. And finally, a program for urban regeneration at the neighborhood scale, where we need to act in order to transform our cities. For this, we have 175 millions. And also next week, not the next week, but the other, will publish our Next Generation European Fund report. The 30% of the overall investment for rehabilitation should be for urban regeneration. That 30%, what we did with that was we used it for a bit so that city councils would work on districts, vulnerable districts, which were in need of socioeconomical as well as architectural rehabilitation. We had budget of 180 million euros, and we have received offers which are over that number. We have had, therefore, a great success with this, and these funds have allowed us to work on these projects, and this will allow us to keep on working. There has been a new law, the new of districts, that has recently been approved and that will be favorable to our projects as well. We need a greater public financing measures. Financings are sometimes not enough to give an answer to the needs of the sectors, to the sector. On Thursday, we will be publishing the first phase of the public-private Next Generation Funds collaboration report. Our collaborators don't know if they will be financed or not. The property developer is trying to convince the funding people to give them money in order to join the project, because 50,000 euro per housing unit will not be enough for what they want to do. The state will therefore have to play the key role here. It is also important to mention that competence distribution has to be done in a proper way. We don't have an ability in terms of capacity in terms of credits, for example, and the state, in a certain way, is still directing the housing plans that we are developing under an autonomous plan. I think that a state program for housing, I don't think it should follow the state lines, just state lines that are all the same all over Spain, because different regions have different circumstances. Finally, the Valencia regional government is establishing the basis to start working on a new model of housing that will put an end to those former decades models, and it is meaning to develop a sustainable housing model that will really guarantee the right to housing to all citizenship, that democratic and universal right, which is our main goal and our purpose as a government. Thank you for your attention.
Moltes gràcies, Alejandro.
Hola, ¿qué tal a todos?
Hi everyone, good afternoon. We don't have much time, right? In any case, I will try to summarize and explain, give you a general overview of recent events in Chile, and more concretely what we are doing from the Ministry for Housing. I'd also like to thank the City Council, Lucia, Vanessa, Javier. We have been sharing time these days, and it has been very enlightening to hear of the different experiences in the debates coming from Chile, where we have a very ambitious and transformative government with Gabriel Boric, and those of us who are part of the government come from social movements and civil society, and we want to look for transformation through public policies, transforming everyday life. And in one of the big challenges we face precisely in the Ministry of Housing is that for us it's very important to set the stage of social mobilization as one of the important things that have happened in the country. In 2019, there was an outbreak of social unrest, there was large mobilization, and radicalization was also part of that. That movement that was generated in an autonomous way that wasn't led by any political party was questioning everything that was institutional. It was questioning all of the institutions, state, parties, even movements and organizations. And contrary to what happened in 2011, where students, mainly university students, took out to the streets to reclaim their right to free and equal education for all, well, this new movement in 2019 is a popular movement. It's the popular sectors of society who mobilized, and this radicality that we could see in the streets is telling us that we want to change our living conditions, and things have changed. Some population, yes, have come out of poverty, but there's a huge gap between rich and poor, which has grown wider in time. We've built many housing units over time, but we have a shortage of more than 500,000 housing units, and that is because Chile built housing, but not necessarily in the city. And this is one of the criticisms we have to do if we want to change the way in which we've looked at town planning and not just focus on housing. We also have to think of the quality of life of those who will be living in these housing units, a historical debt that we have as a government, and that is why from the Ministry of Housing we have reached President Gabriel Boric reached an agreement with the movements of populators, the La Castrina Agreement, aiming at starting a discussion between citizens and the institution, and there we want to think about town planning in a different way, where citizens have a central stage in this social transformation. That will also help us in the framework of an housing emergency plan that we have in Chile. I only brought this slide because it says it all. The housing emergency plan in Chile, the levels of inequalities are abysmal, but also during the pandemic, and this is what an effect of COVID, there was a huge step back in terms of social mobilization, but those most affected were popular classes and women more especially. We have gone back several decades in our fight against poverty, unfortunately. They have a high cost of living, high levels of migration, land have been occupied in an irregular way. There have been irregular settlers moving into lands. It's happened during the pandemic, and it's a widespread phenomenon, and that is why this housing emergency plan will try to come up with different alternatives. From the housing ministry, we have a series of goals to reduce the qualitative and quantitative shortcoming of housing units, and this will mark the difference what the state had done so far. They were looking not just at figures. We need to look at the human aspect, the human aspects we want to change. On the other hand, we also want to carry out housing investment to promote sustainable, gender-based and inclusive programs for our neighborhoods, to look at the different actions that are needed with a strong gender perspective, and because women accessing housing grants are women. We also need to increase equalities through a territorial integration strategy that is multi-sectorial, sustainable. So this isn't just something done just by the Ministry of Housing, but all ministries. We want to strengthen citizen participation in urban and national processes through national dialogues, training and companies and social support, which during the past years was very weak. We also want to modernize internal managing by improving processes, by promoting capacities at the territorial level, and we also want to highlight that we are a feminist government. We want feminism to be cross-cutting in all areas. The state, for each of our ministry, we have a person in charge of gender that helps to bring in the gender perspective when it comes to developing public policies. And as part of our strategies in this 2022-2025 housing emergency plan, we want the state to regain its center stage in town planning and housing policies. We want to promote the role of the state when it comes to thinking of cities not just at a small scale but at a larger scale, so that we can do better town planning. And then this emergency housing plan also has to do with figures. We want to build 260,000 housing units during the 4-year term of the government. The goal is 65,000 housing units a year, which means we have to speed up much more compared to what we're doing now. This is fundamental, and there all of the different stakeholders have a role to play, and that is why the social dialogue will be so important. We have to diversify the way of accessing housing. That's another challenge. In Chile, there are little ways in which people can access housing, just a few, and that is why we have initiatives to have a direct building process where we from the ministry can plan together with families and organizations, so that we just don't put the construction and town planning in the hands of private companies. We also want a housing plan for workers, which is up and running. We want the unions to come up with proposals and to work with their employers to make land available so that workers can access housing, decent housing, much more easily. Then we have the Fair Price housing program, which has to do with implementing a public housing scheme where the rent, which today in Chile takes up more than half of the average salary of families, well, we want to intervene on the market so that we can have housing units with a fair rental, so that working class families can have access to these housing units. On the other hand, we have the municipal housing program. That means that municipalities will be able to manage the housing units that will be made available to them, and from the ministry we will work to make this possible. And we have the housing industrialization program, which we already have 2 projects in the metropolitan area. We'll be using industrialization building techniques, which is part of the innovation we are promoting from the Ministry of Housing. We also want to encourage housing cooperatives. In the ministry, there wasn't a clear policy or strategy on cooperative housing, but today we have a specific unit working with social organizations to implement and look at how we can encourage housing cooperatives and also solidarity economy, of course. We also want to expand the small condominium programs so that the high levels of overcrowding in many of our neighborhoods, there are families that have land, but the level of, they live in crowded spaces. So we want the families to make land available, and we as a state, we will build houses to improve the quality of life of people and to allow them to live in dignity. Then there's the solidarity program, home of choice, meaning that families from least favored backgrounds can coexist and live with families of a higher status, so that they can live together, so that we don't continue segregating the city and sending the most vulnerable families out to the peripheries or outskirts of our cities where there is no possibility of development. We want the city to be a meeting point. And then another important area, and I don't know how I'm doing time-wise, but I hope you'll be patient with me. On the other hand, we have an ongoing dialogue where we have created a training and dialogue center where we want to create a better relationship between the state and the states. We want social dialogue to face up to the crisis and transformation with the contributions of organizations and inhabitants. We want to build deeper ties with the territories, and this is something we must do nowadays because the level of discontent with politics and with politicians, the level of distrust is growing against the institutions, or they don't trust us. So we need to do a lot more work on the ground to strengthen our ties with our citizens from the institutions and from the communities. And then we have programs where communities play a central role. This is relevant to improving their quality of life. This means dignity. Today, what we are doing, not just from the Ministry of Housing, but also from the government and the state institutions, is contributing and looking at the needs that we have seen arising in the country in recent times. And unfortunately, the pandemic has made inequalities greater, and that is why our government doesn't only say it's a transformative government. We are working for this transformation to happen. We are working to improve people's quality of life. And with the question of Vanessa was asking us to try and wrap up, even if we're hungry, I'd like to wrap up by saying that we are faced by a huge challenge. And it's not only a challenge for Chile, it's a challenge we see in many countries and many territories. We need to look at politics from a more human perspective. We're not just doing public politics, we also have to bring a human dimension into politics. And what we're trying to do is to transform people's lives. That is what we are doing. That is what we strive to do every day. And that is what I came here to share with you in Barcelona, to find a way of transforming our cities, transforming our peoples, and transforming their lives. Thank you very much. Okay, so after these truly enlightening words, after these exciting words, I guess there may be questions now. And from everything that has been said so far, as a city council, and I guess as activists, we have all been activists at some stage. And picking up on what Doris was saying, we need a dialogue. For me, one of the backbones of politics in any administration is dialogue and getting to know others. Dialogue between administrations, dialogue between countries, between cities, because with no dialogue there's a lack of knowledge, and the lack of knowledge leads to mistrust. That's the reality. Okay, so now it's time for questions, and they're asking, is the lack of land available in cities making us rethink public policies? How can we look at segmented and scalable housing policies? Well, I don't know who this question is directed. I don't know who it makes more sense to answer this. Perhaps Alejandro and maybe Cadiz. I'm saying this because as we're running short for time to not all answer the same question. Well, I'll focus on our experience and based on the limited competencies we have. We, from the regional authority, we don't have a consolidated metropolitan area as Barcelona has, just as Elche and Alicante. So for us, it would be much easier because we have around 65% of the population living in the Valencian community covered. So we need stronger competencies, we need more political will, and as I mentioned before, we also need a change in the competencies for housing policies, and the state has much more to do to allow regions to take a greater stance. And with regards to segmented skills and competencies, we do try segmenting the policies we do with this movement of co-dialogue and co-management between the local and regional administrations with the citizens and the non-profit sector and social movements. And in that regard, we have been able to go into that relationship because, as I said in my intervention, we have 4 clearly defined work areas in the regional ministry: urban regeneration, innovation in construction, affordable housing, and that allows us to have a holistic and segmented view of all of the housing policies. I don't know if that answers the question, but that's been my experience.
Are there any other questions? Well, in Cádiz, the experience you had at the metropolitan scale on housing has failed because finally municipalities are governed by other political parties and there is no will to collaborate, but rather there is a will to compete. They're trying to fight over the votes. Cádiz is in a absolute need for that because we don't have the possibility to grow geographically. We are in a kind of island and we're geographically. So these territorial policies are so necessary in our case. Doris, did you want to add anything? Can you hear me? I just wanted to say that the scarcity of land is something of a common reality also in our cities. And in Chile, we are implementing public land policy in order to be able to build, but also thinking about the potential rehabilitation of spaces. The use or the rehabilitation of land in the cities poses a challenge, but it will allow us to have a general overview of the city in its different scales. These policies have to go down, but generally what we're lacking is the political will. We're agreeing when there's different parties, local governments, and state governments. So I think this is also part of the challenge. How to think about a more appropriate policy, how to generate this broad vision. Apart from this, in Chile we have the other challenge that housing is not considered as a fundamental right in our constitution. How can we change these policies, starting to consider housing as a right and guarantee that the state needs to give an answer to? In Latin America, it is usual to see ministries with exclusive competencies. Would it be possible to work like this in Spain? You need to answer to that. I don't know who asked this question, but it's a complicated question. We are coming from regional governments, but the state reserves itself special competencies like the regulation of rent, access to credit, regime of evictions, and other things, which means that exclusive competency can be dependent on the local government, but then the state government has other exclusive competencies such as expropriation, for example. It's complicated. We didn't used to have a housing law in Spain. The need of that state law has been pointed out. Hopefully, it will be approved soon. And hopefully, there will be a stronger ministry with more resources to manage it. And obviously, this is where the solutions need to come from. Concerning the claims we have on the law, this is not about believing in miracles, although this law is very much expected. We'll have to keep on insisting to get as much as we can in terms of rights out of this law. Why is it taking so long, though? It's becoming a bit suspicious. So that the price of rents can be regulated and the penalization of empty housing. Hopefully, all of this will be implemented soon in the new law. As you were saying, Vanessa, this question requires a deep reflection. Beyond the fact of whether we will create a specific ministry, we need an agreement for the housing model that we want to defend, because we are living a constant absurd in the relationship between local and state administrations. We have 14 programs for the local government, and you have to choose from each program. But the Valencian regional government is spending a lot of their funds in disappearance of in rents and in the destruction of shanty towns or shacks. We need to keep on walking that path to build the housing model that our country needs. Just one last thing. Can I just say one last thing? Having a ministry, a specific ministry deciding exclusively on housing, we have 4,270 square kilometers of land. And there's a reality in the north. In the south, there's a different reality. So that is a total challenge. So the machinery needs to be greased constantly, and it's not a simple thing. Right, so we have this challenge, and we have also our stomach challenge, which is inviting us to go to lunch. Nuria will now do the closing. I just want to say something. Doing housing policy means also promoting spaces like this one. And this is as important as promoting the payment of rent or the creation of new housing. Without debate, it won't be possible to succeed in the new policies that we're trying to come up with. So thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much. This was a more political committed perspective, and this is how we want to close our third edition of Fhar Fhar 2022, tackling housing challenges of the present and the future, with measures against gentrification, speculation, to work for social environmental criteria and public policies that will be essential for this new model that we're working for. Hopefully, this space will have opened necessary and critical spaces, a platform where we will have learned from experiences from other places in the world. Our model cannot keep on growing without limits. Productivity and capitalism shouldn't be put in the first place. This is not good for us, it's not good for the planet. We need to bet for a big joint answer to the social, housing, and environmental crisis. And I think our last message should be, we are closing the session of Fhar 2022, but this forum is not over yet. This afternoon, we have our visits to exemplary, inspirational examples of workshops cases and also private housing stocks. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of you who have been following us in person and also by streaming. Let us not wait until Fhar 2023 to meet again, because we have the International Social Housing Festival, which will take place in Barcelona in 2023. This is great news, and this will be a great opportunity to meet you again, 7th, 8th, and 9th of June. So thank you very much, and see you soon.